Careful out there. That arm is unstable. Not sure how long it's gonna hold. There's warning lights everywhere. Abort! Abort! We've lost comm. Look out. It's out of control.
Good evening, one and all. It is now 11:10 p.m. In a few seconds, we'll be getting ready for that magic time that everybody knows happens right here. Today is 2022, March 31st. And of course, coming into the night, we'll be falling into April Fools. It's now 11:11. Make your wish. I'll wait. Give thanks and praise. Shalom. Shalom. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. God bless you and welcome to the date. It's still 11:11 p.m. Make a wish. Take in that minute for some peace. And still 11:11. How was your week? Well, I could tell you so much went on. It's completely absurd, right? So tonight we're going to look into a few things. And of course, being the mundane, we're going to look into a little interesting tidbit with politics. That's why this episode is the Prime Minister's Rib. We're going to look into all the Canadian Prime Ministers that have existed since, well, we had Canada. And I feel it's very important, especially for our young melanated folks out there who are Canadian, or as I say, Afro-North American now, right? You should know who you will be voting for. And not only that, you should know the history of where these parties come from, right? So moving on, just before we got on to the other excitement of the week, of course, Fair Act disclaimer. This site is for educational purposes only. Fair use copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. I was about 7 going on 8. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might be infringing, otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. All right, so this is and in the genre, as we call it today, a new black media, and I say stop the black genocide because there is still a lot of black genocide out there. Don't be afraid to black cop, drop the hop. World Black History, history, literacy, culture, Afro, Kens, Hebrew Israelites, don't matter. We're all from the same bloodline, right? And also miigwech to the First Nations out there, my brothers and sisters, especially in Canada, because you know what? So much is being revealed, right? It just turned 11:14 p.m. Today is March 31st, the last day of March 2022. You can also see me on the famous Great Bantube. I love this site, Blagnuff, where we can actually put some voices out, and it's all gonna come together at the end of this broadcast because of course I'm gonna take a little tip into the fiasco, the Hollywood ritual fiasco that happened this week, right? And a little insight into what I know myself, being someone who did some acting a long time ago. So Blagnuff is good. And one thing I could say, we need more of us to really support, right? Because I see a lot of brilliant writing out there on this website. And it's like, folks could give a lot more bigs up everywhere, right? Look at these. We have, some very talented, let's see here. Let's look into the site actually. See? Let's start here. Huh, look at that, eh? Brilliant stuff, brilliant people. So we don't get enough. We get like a one or two. But yeah, this is what when we're saying, right, that we have to unite. We still have a lot of ego in us, right? I mean, there's so many brilliant bloggers out there, right? And it's great, especially it's a younger, powerful generation, but there's still a lot of hits and misses, right? I mean, young people, I've learned, anyways. Okay, the elders are not perfect, but one thing the elders can tell us is what the holy G's happened. I'm gonna try and keep it clean tonight. You know, what happened in their time when they were children. And I saw some, very powerful shows in the last week regarding, how folks were debating about the whole Will Jada thing, et cetera, right? Let's show some love up here. Cheers. Let's show some love up here. And at the end of the day, it's always the same thing. We're always, just sabotaging one another, right? That's why for me, when I saw that, we're gonna do we're gonna look into some roots here, right? But Mr. Smith is my age, right? He's actually born, I think, 10 days after me, 1968. So we're all from the same generation. She's 1971. He's Martin Luther King, not Martin Luther King, Malcolm X's generation for real, because I'm a 68 baby. I could say we're more on that peace, love, William Martin Luther King, but he's from Malcolm X. He was born, right? February 65. Anyway, we'll get back to that. But definitely give me a thumbs up. I could use it, right? And yeah, and if you want to buy me coffee or something, that's cool. I mean, we're figuring this out. My duty is to be my own, I guess, as we say, we everybody has their own inner godly strengths. And of course, if you focus on weaknesses, you're going to get that too, right? I'm not all about, I mean, everybody's got to live, but the way at my age, especially after seeing what happened this week, you know, it's like stuff like that can really reverberate and put us in a whole depression, right? In the sense that while the world and rest of stuff is going on, right? Like, hey, all of a sudden we forgot about the Ukraine, Russia, and meanwhile, like there's all kinds of crazy bills and stuff being passed in the states, right? There's some kind of how we say political moves going on, right? As elections are going to come around everywhere, we call midterms and all this stuff. Even in Canada, we're going to have those little reviews, I call them, right? So it's always important to know what time it is, but there's so many distractions. So we have to learn to cool our mind. You can also join me on Patreon, Odyssey. I'm on Reddit, Twitter, and the popular ones that are happening now, because we hear a lot of other sites are going to be not lasting forever, right? It's just like I said, when the dot com and that information age came in, there was that bubble, right? That bubble burst when we had the WW web site. And now today it's all about the app. And but hey, don't be surprised, if the power goes out, let's say technically, or and not only let's say even to access sites. Do not be surprised that we're going to go back old school, which means we're going to go back to even basic email and dial up, maybe that dial up to go. I could see that happening with burner phones. Imagine that, eh? You got a little internet to go with a burner phone. That's coming, and we're going to end up going back to what we call newsletters back in the day, right? Because of course the information is like, it's ubiquitous, which I don't think is a proper word to maybe say in this case, but it's everywhere, right? It's this news, it's false news, and like what we went through our other blog when we looked at the press, and I hope you get to check that out. The Black Cot, like people run narratives, right? So I'm going to look into everything else now and give you some history and share what my elders have helped me to get critical. I learned to read the newspaper, when I had an uncle actually, rest his soul, who worked for the Montreal Star. That's in Montreal, Quebec. All right, backstory. My mom, my uncles, they came from Trinidad and Tobago, right? Old school, 1962, they arrived in Montreal. It wasn't that everybody had to go to New York, right? And especially during the Pan African and all those freedom years. One of the reasons why my grandmother and my uncles came up here, and my mom, was because for them, they felt that, like the Great Migration of that time, all hell is going to break loose, right? Because my grandmother was in the 1899 to 1981, right? Just before I turned teenager, which was very interesting because I was young enough not to be too emotionally, and she really raised me. I wasn't too, like most kids would let that damage them. I saw her pass away in peace. I used to do my homework in a room, and then one day I was watching. I think it was one of the, maybe it was the Mash finale, and then the Waltons. And then, she was sleeping, taking a nap, and peacefully, as she just breathed up and then looked back, and then her stomach was not up, a little rotund, chubby grandmother. And then I went by, the eyes were open, and I was like, oh, she was a good woman. And I was what? This is 1980, 1980, 81. I was going on 12. So by the time I turned 13 in what, 1982, all right, all kind, let's go, right? It didn't really hit me as, it didn't affect me. Anyway, all of that to say, she came from the that British vibe empire time, right? Which, of course, back then, a lot of, some people could call it Uncle Thomas, sell out all this stuff, but it was what it was, right? It was the she came here, Diefenbaker. We're going to look at these guys in a second, but Diefenbaker and Stanfield, all these names you kids don't even know. Not even most of us, Gen Xers, because when we were born, like, you had this guy, Lester B. Pearson, and you had Pierre Trudeau. So when we were growing up, you could only do so many things. You couldn't play black. There wasn't such a, they didn't follow the stereotype. Not to be uppity, because we were not uppity. We were just trying to get along. We just had to assimilate. Those were the words they used. And that was part of the integration, right? Our integration into, like I grew up, hey, yeah, in white culture, man. I was, how many bros? Yeah, I mean, we have everywhere. And like maybe since the, like, what, 16th century, there's blacks everywhere. But when our West Indian roots came, this was the 60s, and this was another type of thing. So the if you follow me, uh, the the lineage of what was already indoctrinated, right? By then, of course, with the generation of Marcus Garvey, like I would think, I can't say now, but because we never talked to that, but she wasn't around to discuss that. But I feel my grandmother would have not been down with Marcus Garvey. You know what I'm saying? And this is the thing, like from Trinidad, it wasn't a slave thing. Oh, no, no, no. She was a school teacher and a headmaster, and she was black. And my grandfather, who I didn't know well, he might have been the lighter one because my mother wasn't too dark. right? And my grandmother used to say we have Dugla and some yeah, and Negro and all those kind of things. Very well eloquent, and she taught me that. But when she had to cook pilau and all of them things and meat, rice and meat and oh yeah, she was a real Trinidadian down to the bone and Tobago, right? So I pick up that Trinidadian, but at the same time, all year I had to faut que je parle français. Salut, toi. Tu sais, and I talk québécois. Comment ça va, toi? Tu sais, ouais, ouais, je suis pas payé, là, tu sais. Ouais, ouais. Tu sais, tabarnak, là, tu sais. That was, yeah, man. But that wasn't a bad thing to grow up like that, right? Because that was the code. So when she came here, anyways, she was that conservative, and I grew up in that. However, when the liberals was happening in like 68, when I was born, what? Yeah, man. I remember she used to say, "All them crazy people out there, hippie and long hair." And yeah, it was like what it was. And then we had the FLQ thing, and the helicopters would fly, and the cops came by, and she used to get mad respect. It was crazy. You'd think in the '60s, like everywhere was helter skelter. It wasn't perfect everywhere. I think the states with their media isolated more, right? Because in '68 we had the Concordia thing happen, and it was no beatdown like we saw in the states. You dig? That's what all of that's about. So when I was growing up, when the Liberal Party was in, it was a very interesting time to grow up in Canada, right? Even though, and listen, we were probably even just as much more North American because we had what we call the AM band wave, right? So the pop culture, '60s, '50s, all that. Yeah, that stuff was coming through Montreal. And if you don't know, Montreal was like Marconi was where the radio and that business, right? So fast forward, right, with the transistor, everything, we Montrealers, Canadians, I would say, even in general, but particularly in Montreal, we have great people like our promoters who brought the Beatles and oh yeah. So we were listening to AM. So if you were somebody also who was a bro and a sister back then, it wasn't just this. No, there was no. They had to create something called black music, and even called it the term in the 1980s, black music. You dig? But we were already grown. Like me, I could listen to anything. That's why I say we've got to reinvent if we have to talk about culture because we don't. Some people say we have a black culture, but I would tell you that that was invented not only a long time ago, but in my generation, I've seen it. I was part of what made that happen. So this is why I feel like I have to speak up more now, right? The last time I spoke up, I wrote a blog about the lockdowns and woo, it got lit, right? But now I'm like, I'm still like gonna be there, even if maybe one what you call website is gonna be like, oh no, you what? No, man, I ain't gonna be no crazy nigga for you. I'm gonna be school. I'm gonna let you guys know what was happening. If you was part of the seed of Generation X, we owe it to you to tell you the truth and let you be woke. Not all of us are gonna give up on you, right? That would have been more my, I hate to say it, but it's truth, right? Even these, so like wheats and tares and family, right? Very conservative, and eventually very, as we say, bourgeois, all of that business. But when I was growing up, there was a lot of freedoms per se, right? And then we had the Canadian Charter of Rights when I turned 12, and yeah, but there were pros and cons. But being or following the American way, that showed up with the band wave. So I grew up listening to Chicago and the Eagles, and yeah, Rick James, and yes, you'd have Marvin Gaye, and yes, you'd have Jimi Hendrix, and yeah, I could handle because we also had the privilege. I had probably like most of our generation, if they had grandparents alive, to learn about their freaking time. So if they were, let's say, in the early 19th century or 20th century, because that would have been real old, but 20th century, we got the milk learning about a lot of stuff that even into the 60s, we were like, bam, I was a baby, that Black Panther thing, that, yeah, for a minute. But by the time we became, as we say, coming of age, teenagers, forget about it. We went into it, right? Because we had to assimilate. We had to play hockey because we liked hockey. We liked Rush, Supertramp, right? I mean, I'm going old school here. You kids are like, what? I mean, I see these YouTube things where they have these like millennials listening to fucking old rock and roll. I'm like, shut the fuck. Like, what's wrong with you? Like, what? What kind of parents did you have? Unless, I mean, I don't know. Most of us grew up, even our parents were like, my grandmother knew about KC and the Sunshine Band. And she was in, and yeah, because she even before I was born saw that happen with her kids, right? The eldest, who was born in 1925, right? So that uncle, yes, he worked for the Montreal Star, and I learned to read newspapers, right? Because he came as a West Indian, and those programs we had called manpower programs in Canada. And I'm gonna pick on that the next blog, because I know they were kind of, this shit doesn't like really exist anywhere, right? And you got to know about, yeah, the Caribbean connection that when it came to Canada had incentives, and thus all of that was leading up even into the Concordia rights. But it's a lot to take in, right? And I hope you can hear me, because I want to make sure my sound comes out clear. But we grew up conservative, right? Per se, and liberal. Can you imagine how that works, right? So I grew up in a Catholic school. I went, with the nuns, yeah, with my European friends, and we had nuns, yeah. I was a Pentecostal going to a Catholic school, English Catholic, because then the French English thing, right? That's why I was saying when the cops would, when that stuff was going on, white people, French white people, were respecting even the bros to a certain. Don't get it crazy, right? Like when Martin Luther King got popped, I have yet to bring that story out, because Canada was kind of like, you didn't see no big cry, you didn't hear no, but we're gonna do some research on that, because everything I learned about what was going on in the States was through the news and the newspapers that I used to read, that my uncle from the Montreal Star and then the Gazette, because he ended up retiring for the Gazette, right? And this was like nearly what, as old as me, 30, 40 years. So I would read newspaper. He encouraged. So there's one thing for the bros, black men back then, right? It wasn't all coked out and drugged, and not like the States would say, because Canada, even before we got ghetto, and Canada's ghetto now, okay? That happened in my generation, 1989. However, when it came to um, that whole transition and being accepted, thus in my case, I had to watch the Walter Cronkite, and I used to freaking see, and he used to bring encyclopedias for me to read, and that, I believe, is lost completely in the narrative, and I'll tell you how that happened, right? Because even the West Indians that came to, they said, fuck, no one wants to go to the States. There, I mean, not everybody, but a good amount. Like, even I have other uncles and an aunt, actually, who one, she worked for Bell, right? She lived in New York, Queens, through, I guess, before I was born. And her husband was a cop, Uncle Edmund. And then they went to Florida and split up and all this. And they didn't have kids. And I was well spoiled, but I never made it out there. That's what it was. I was a staunch, then a munch, like, hey, I didn't, they would say, yeah, you want to come to New York? Want to come to America? No, I don't want to go. I remember telling my mom, I don't know if I want to fly out. What, Florida? That's when she moved to Florida, right? And then and then there was the other one who worked for the Daily News. He was a real, like, New Yorker, rest his soul, right? He was like Bronx. He became that, right? He was a Trinidadian when we all come from, for Christmas and thing, right? It's mommy, I telling you what happened. Yeah. So, but imagine he was working with so we're showing you how the codes were happening. We need to bring that back. Black, right? Because the Ebonics thing, to the point where even the music, well, forget about the music. We don't have music even anymore. See where I'm coming from? So when I was growing up with the nuns, and yeah, man, and they wasn't all that cool. I remember one, she used to give me a hassle, but I mean, I had it, apart from like real intense episodes of racism, yeah, and it was there, but because it had to be enforced in those years, up until we got a charter of rights, of freedoms, that you couldn't be beating up black people like that, even though it was. And so, yeah, the police would like be respecting, and yes, madam, because she was everybody's granny, and she'd be like, and she was a prayer one, right? So she was strong like that. She wasn't making joke, eh? She used to be like, yeah, she was, so, she'd be talking to them straight and yeah, yeah, well, have a little rum cake and we, madam, we, and they'd be like kind of like all like blushing and nervous and shit, because they'd be like, they know, and of course to come to Canada back then to live in a suburb, you had to like, yeah, people knew what time you came from, right? So they were like, oh, say, and prof, she's a professor, don't fuck with that, there's a great story. Actually, I don't know if I don't want to sidetrack too much. This is where, I got to talk about some black strength here. So I'm a kid, right? And I grew up a lot with my grandma because my mom was in university and she was also part of the, what we say, manpower program that we'll talk in another broadcast. Uh, that, when if you were West Indian, you were woke and you can speak, right? 1965, Carnival comes into like downtown Montreal is a minute, even before Toronto. Sorry. I gotta, even though I'm a Torontonian, I gotta give Montreal props for any big up, right? So that's when that shit started. Okay, because all of you kids think, oh well, how long? Maybe since 18th century. Yeah, but nah, not like that. Canada ain't had no carnival in during wartime. In fact, we were supplying the oil for. And I'll get into that another day. But yeah, the steel pan and the oil and the war effort. Ooh, but I digress. But pan and steel after that, and those Navy people, and all of them, and all that, 1965. The rhythm was already around even a little bit before, right? Because you had the whole Harry Belafonte and all of them. So yeah, we literally had multiple personalities to survive as Negroes, African American, Canadian, Black, whatever the heck you want to call us today. Me, it was the Rolling Stones, right? So, and even then, we and I remember, and so fast forward a little, the politics, even into the 80s, I can tell you when hip hop, the inception of what we saw happening in the States, we were like, man, those people are crazy. No kidding. I don't know if the rest of the world thought that, but we were like, in Canada, we're like, why the fuck would we look at this? Hey, look at JJ, Dynamite. Is everybody like that? Moving on up, we cracked up All in the Family. We loved it, right? We were like, and my uncle, he would be like, oh, he'd be cracking up, with the Sammy Davis Jr. episode, and he loved George Jefferson because George Jefferson was a motherfucking bro, right? He fucking put down the with the white neighbor with the wife in his place and then the other guy and America was okay with it, right? Everybody was like, yeah, man, George is crazy. George Jefferson and Archie Bunker, like we liked him, and George was like the perfect like team up like beatdown. If you had to put them both in a ring, we some many people more people would cheer for George Jefferson. They'd be like, yeah, George, you know? Anyway, so black culture, now when it came to Hollywood and shit like that, even then, right, it was a different vibe because, well, one, your bro was lucky to get work, right? And two, or sister and anything, right? And even though there were, how we say, I guess, walls to break and all of that with Richard Pryor and everybody else that came on afterwards, uh, I could say none. It wasn't okay. By the 80s, I would say more so. So I grew up reading newspapers, and thus I had to learn to really tap into not just the Hollywood thing, but I had to learn to also grow my mind that other stuff was happening. And this was going on as far as like when John Wayne and if I'm correct, the name Little Feather situation, where uh, he freaked out and he was always with his good Indian is a dead Indian. That's there's America. Why the hell would we want to be like that, right? Even though we watched his movies, right? We got everything you Americans had, grew up with, everything and more. Montreal, at least Anglo Montreal, the Francophone Montrealers, yeah, they knew enough, but they were into their own thing, right? Especially at least in Quebec, in Montreal, where I grew up. They locked that shit down early, right? They have their channels, they had that, but they knew a little bit of our shit. I remember once seeing Happy Days in Quebecois. I was like, no, man. And it didn't last, eh? Eventually, they had to make a French type Happy Days, and it sucked. Anyway, but it's still, that was the class of it. So everybody for a minute in the 70s going into the 80s was like a middle class. There wasn't really no real poor. That stuff, even though was, oh yeah, it did exist in certain parts, like in Montreal, we call the point, and yeah, there were some, everybody's got a point, right? A junction or something. Um, Mind you, because Montreal was very Catholic and religious, the secularism was really popping and locking with the MK Ultra, right? You American Negroes out there think you all bad. You know what? I mean, no big up to it, but we started that shit, man. We are the ones who got you guys all whacked out. We did all the research here. I covered that in the last post, right? So I am here to also appreciate and big up the Canadian, Afro Canadian, whatever you want to call it, but the blacks out here who are Canadian, who are the roots. And we who are also now elders, we can really bring out a lot of shit, right? We can, because we know, we saw the disconnect, we saw the population shrink. Don't forget, Gen Xers, we're not a big population. A lot of us weren't supposed to be born. My mom used to tell me that. She said, boy, you wasn't supposed to be born. I was like, why would any kid? But but we had more guts back then, right? Even to take licks, yeah, there were some abuses, but that came later. That, like, literally, that was part of the 80s because my mom wasn't working, life, right? That's when we should have been, we were too young, but the adults of that time, they were starting to get comfortable and they thought they made it. So yeah, so I had to really grow up with reading those papers, and a lot of us in Canada, I'm saying not everybody, but we couldn't even come to fucking Canada, being what? Nah, 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 that wasn't happening. You were lucky if they were down with you even then that much, right? So if you came in like from as even though they had blacks here already, doesn't that sound like a familiar trope? There was already people living here forever, right? And they didn't have such a good, um, how you say, access to what my foreigner parents brought. That's the truth. And a lot of Canada ended up working like that. But me now, I'm born in Montreal. So I consider myself, if anything, the word is first generation Canadian, but I'm the roots, like real roots, like old school, right? Because there was the only Trinidadian I had was at home, and even when Granny passed away, and as we got older, the whole vernacular changed. So like I was saying, when we saw the Son of Sam, Wayne Williams, all these freaks, Jeffrey Dahmer were like, why the, what my aunt used to say, she was the one who was working for Bell. She used to say, yeah, there's rats in the subway and we see people number two in, and she would laugh, eh? And she's like, oh gosh, I tell you. And then the Summer of Sam, right? Which was the Berkowitz guy, and I read those papers. And yeah, and she would make jokes. She would say, looky, he face hard like number two, right? And make all these funny jokes, right? And I'm like, I don't want to go to North America. So fast forward, 1982, we had Carnival. We still grooving, right? We still down with the Jacksons, right? At least the Anglophones at this point, right? And the Francophones, we're down with the Jacksons. We're down with what was in with the times. Well, no, he didn't really pick up in 82 yet, right? We're 81 because there was that whole easy rock was the late 70s. I love easy rock. Oh, it's the best heartful music. But then we got into the just before we got into the synthesizer upgrade, right? And Stevie Wonder started singing country, right? I ain't gonna stand for it. That was cool. And then Lionel Richie with All Night Long and the Commodore still, and we got away from the stereotype of the disco was done, right? It became whatever dance music, right? And then by 1982, something interesting happened because we knew that they were pop locking. And we had pop lockers in Montreal. Don't get that shit twisted. The Shaka brothers, big up, respect in Montreal, old school. We got a documentary coming up for that. We're gonna set shit straight because I know there's a lot of culture vultures trying to talk about what they think they know. about that stuff, and it's like, nah, sorry, son. We're gonna tell you what time it is, especially us, because we know how to read, right? We learned how to read, we learned how to write, and we can share that with you. So don't get that twisted. We're just getting started, and we've always started right. We got the party started right, right? We got that. So what happened was, now 82, at least to my memory, and I was, one of being that generation, when everybody back then, forever, even then, whether they were conservative, liberal, if you saw another black person in the street or the road or anywhere, you would say, "Hey, hi." My grandmother was bad. She would talk to everybody, white or black. Hey, say bonjour, comment ça va? Say un, deux, trois, quatre. And I'd be like, bonjour, comment ça va? Blah, blah, blah. Right? And it was like, but when you saw black people, she'd be like, hey, where you from? Hey, you from Diego Martin? And they'd be like, no, 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 I am Guyanese. Oh, yeah. Yeah, my wife is Indian. Oh, yeah. And every time and that was the community. Everybody was like, fuck, another bro. And even then, we had enough, but not, And so by 1982, us kids, this is significant now. And I think this goes across worldwide when it comes to our caravana, right? Most of us who grew up in the 70s, when they used to have good bass, soca, right? Real deep bass. It wasn't just steel band. It was deep bass soca. And it was like, how can I compare it? It was like, it could have been house music. That how deep, real Trini Caribbean, like a lot of us know, right? Salsa orchestra. You can play that today and you would be like, what? That's some woke shit. Yeah, I gotta put the rap on that. Nah. Salsa orchestra was like, you know, an orchestra. And they played some serious samba soca, beat up, and with violin. They did what is it? The Olympic theme. There was an Olympic theme. I can't even the Common Man. They redid that, and it was like I'm sure everybody who had an opera and whatever classical uh, music section were like, man, damn it, those black Trinidad, they'd be like, man, you guys ruined our, yeah. So yeah, let's get back. Actually, yeah, the Common Man fanfare for the Common Man. That's from what is it? 2001: Space Odyssey. Space Odyssey. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. So 1982 happens. So all of us were anytime, yeah, we were young, and the elders, if they weren't, unfortunately kicking away, it was our parents who were like already boomers, and they were drinking and partying too, and making more babies. That's when your Gen Ys came around. They was all kind of thing, right? But they was coming. They were like more 30s now, so more 40s, 50s, right? So when we saw, to my memory, vividly, I remember seeing uh, Flexmaster, the New York City Breakers, and the first, and we already knew from That's Incredible and Fame that backspinning, the popping and locking, the JJ, that movement. We said no, no, no. Now we're going to go for Jerry curls, right? And so that happened. But by the time we had in 1982 Caravana Carnival, what everybody calls it, we actually saw those guys doing windmills and backspin. So, boom! By like 1981, I believe if I'm correct, it wasn't 80. It was Carnival 81. And of course, that's the coming of age year. And then we saw them again. Mind you, in the 70s, we actually had a white guy. I remember he was down with the culture because you had that, and they used to do, and he used to do the robot every freaking. I remember like 1974. Kids, I'm telling you, a white bro. He's still alive. Yeah, he used to be down with the call. He was doing robot, hard bald head suit in Caravana. This guy, he's probably well known. I don't know if people know, but yeah, you had that, right? It was cool. And so by 1981, Robot Man was kind of out, to believe it or not. And then when we saw what those guys were doing, and yeah, we started breaking naturally, right? Doesn't mean that, well, because we're Canadian, we didn't know it. What? We ended up having Canadian champions, and yes, that's my crew, and all of that stuff before the gangsterism. And I believe, if you really want to find out, one of my episodes actually talks about those origins of hip hop. So by 1982, Now, this new awakening of culture, as we call it, or as people love to call it now, this new awakening of culture, um, in the sense of what black was, in the post effect of Black and Proud, it was more like chill out. That came out, right? It was just to that date, like I said. 1982, when you had Michael Jackson do the moonwalk. Rick James said to Ricky Nelson, "Chill out, man. You don't even know Ricky Nelson. Look him up." You know, you had that, and you had Madonna rolling on the floor in a wedding dress, singing like a virgin, and Cyndi Lauper with lots of colors, right? Mhm. There you go. There ain't no rap then. Imagine Michael Jackson represented us. So when he did the moonwalk, that even amplified the pop culture. I could even say, even to, then the MK Ultra media experiment with the paperclip guys who were probably going into their senior years. I told you, Uncle Klaus, in the last episode, you telling me that you don't see, imagine seeing his bald head, white Bamsi outside in G string, winding down, drinking rum. I'm telling you, those people made a lot of our so-called culture when it came to that. Even they went to the Bronx. So now the early late 70s, early 80s, the Bronx was on fire, right? And all that shit was going on. So when we saw the message, the rap with Grandmaster Flash, and we heard Sugar Hill Gang, my grandmother used to laugh at that, because we're like, and the chicken tastes like wood, right? And we like, my granny cook better than that. What kind of thing? These people can't cook food. The chicken tastes like wood. What kind of black people live in America? They can't cook chicken. You dig? So that happened, and but yeah, we were liking it. We thought it was in, and so when we started to see those guys break, and then we met, and all us peers who were, let's say, even 18, my case 12, all of that, we connected. That was our, I repeat, that was our connection. That's when we were like, okay, and we weren't even like full coming of age, because don't forget, a boomer generation by then would have been at least 25, right? So by that time, right, they were still kind of in the disco thing, and they had, they were married, a lot of, that was happening. So you had that, but us who were from 19, I would even say from, yeah, 65, boom, from 65, 66, 67, 68, right? We were like totally we it was spontaneous, all in one shot, right? Because we were warmed up for it with the disco movement, right? Because a lot of us weren't old enough to go to the clubs. I remember fascinating about going out. I was when I saw, I was like, what? That looks fun. What kid was growing up in the 70s who didn't think that shit looked wild? At least how we saw it, trust me, we saw everything. And there was a reason, anyways, there's reasons why kids ended up on the milk box, right? Because shit was happening back then. Like, you could have turned on a television channel, I remember, in Montreal, and they would have a stripper. The woman would be taking off her clothes. My grandmother would be like, okay, I gotta turn this off now. Time for bed. And I would run out and put the television back on. Eventually, she kind of, I don't want, it was different back then. She gave up. She was like, little boy, anyway, you better learn. You learn now, right? So I was like, yeah, it's too funny. They called it telesex. Back then, anyways, that's what it was. Telesex, that's what they called it, right? And I was like, frick. And eventually they cut it off. And this was like, what, 19, anyway. But that was the culture back then. That's why kids had to really be tough. Gen Xers really, if anything, it was like the boomers, and anybody, the elders of that cuddled us. But the boomers, and if they were parents still, they kind of like, they wasn't all, yeah, the latchkey kids. There you go, right? The divorce, right? So it wasn't, if anything, that whole, any like rabbit hole started with us. It was already a rabbit hole up until the 60s and the 70s, but when disco was like, wow, they had colored lights. You probably, not everybody, this is my case, right? Because eventually I ended up getting into the party scene, and and unfortunately, or fortunately, for life experience sake, yeah, I had an addiction, right? I had, but I remember when I would hear Diana Ross's "Love Hangover," this is when you know shit's real. As I can look back now, I remember the sound, wow wow wow, and the dum 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 dum, and the breathing, and then you had that other freaking crazy song, "Fly Robin Fly," right? And there was another one that was very precocious music. Not Fly, is it Fly Robin Fly? There's many. Okay, even by the time but well by the time they had Donna Summer, I Need Love, whatever. I can't even remember the title now. That stuff, that was we already knew it was sex. Anybody with common sense would have known. Like when they were going for that, and then you had the electronic music of what was happening in Europe, the punk music, and then you had they were like, you know what? One thing for England though, I could say, even though what they bypass and the slavery thing, they still were for a minute they were down with it, even though some of them upper class people were wicked. They were down with it, right? Because they helped. They blew up even with the carnival. They helped grow. That's what grew it massive, right? Because it wasn't around before that. So in 1982 now, so the we we were very vulnerable to taking in everything. So not only, and this is the interesting thing about black culture, not only, right, did we get a big influence from what white culture told us was okay and was created for us, right? We took off and we ran with it, and thus in 1982 it was independent, right? When with the Bronx, because it was coming straight really from the streets. But by then, by the time Malcolm McLaren got in, right? Well, we now know with Africa Mambata, right? There's a lot now to say. We can only focus on him, but I would say, oh yeah, well, who else was he rolling with? But I digress, right? By that time, we were melding our minds into what was the birth, as I would say, the second round of hip hop, the breaker, age of the breaker, right? The Beach Street years. Those, oh, it was beautiful, beautiful, because we connected from Carnaval first. It didn't just, like I said, we said anything the Americans did. It wasn't like goodbye. Like, we got, like I said, we're down with it just as much. We had bros and we had families between borders. So it wasn't uncommon to get a flow. It's just that we notice, hey, what's up, cuz? Well, yeah, we gotta go to school. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And then we were like, oh, okay, well, I'm on secondary 5, and yeah, man, I hear what you're saying, bro. Yeah. And then we would, yeah, you get it. So, but we didn't take it until we started getting in. And in our case, I was a hardcore. I was like what we call a floor master breaker, floor rocker, right? That's real breaking. Don't get it twisted with what breaking the movie showed you, because they went pop lock and mixed break. That was the California style. You see, right off the bat, division right there before rap. And then when Beat Street came out, Beat Street was like a realistic as much situation for the Bronx, and they were floor rockers. Yeah, you had poppers, all that, but it was floor rocking was war for us kids. That's how serious shit was. All right. You try to do windmills. I couldn't get that shit for years. Eventually I did it, but it was it's one of those Achilles heel, man. I was a master head spinner. I could still do it. I busted one up last year. But so when that happened, that created the first time you all right, we were already hunky dory. Hey, brother. Hey, hey, another black guy. Hey, where you from? Jamaica, man. Oh, Jamaica. All right. So by then, okay, we weren't gonna join because we were, and I always say I was a rocker first, right? A lot of us bros too were that, right? You could be into that, and yeah, you had Jamaicans wearing we used to have back in the day. We call them Union Jack hats, right? Real biker boys too, and the Jamaicans back then, Rastafari used to wear, yeah, real. People thought we was all soft and running shoes like overnight. No, even running shoes. Well, that happened within like that period by 1982. Yeah, for sure, we were already into the Nikes and the basketball thing. More black players started to play. Hey, don't forget, Larry Bird was the man for black. Like everybody's like, oh, basketball. No, that's a late '80s phenomenon. That by 1986, after Len, shucks, I forget his name, but Len died, the guy who had an OD. That after '86, everything kind of went to hell. '86, '87, '88, right? So when the cruise started, and I'm going to get into the prime minister thing. Actually, I ended up going a little too. It's not where I want to actually take this episode, but I felt, yeah, in light of everything that's happening with the Smiths, and in light of everything that's happening with Black culture, right, and how different we are, and how not monolithic, but we need to get ready to maybe get a certain one-time cultural connection. So like when I was in 1982, which wasn't that long ago, when we had those charts, we were happy. We were not popping each other off in the head and doing that gangster shit. It wasn't perfect, but we wasn't doing it like what America created for those people out there, right? They were deliberately burned down the houses in the Bronx. Just a rehash of what happened in the 60s in Watts. You dig? And then you had those people between those wars because you had the Vietnam people, and then by 1980 you had all of these whatever, and then the cocaine, like all of that. So by then, at least from what we knew, when we saw Rocksteady Crew and New York City Breakers, Dynamic Rockers, all of those amazing groups, and we saw how far they took it up to dancing for the breaking for the president Reagan twice, not once, twice, when he did his 2 terms. That's actually got more of us and our generation down with the Republicans. What? Yeah, Ronald Reagan, you look it up. He did it in, well, what was it, 80, what, 81, I can't remember now. All right, but and then in second term 19, and when he got the second term, what, 85, 86, what, 84, 85. Wow. And we were already now 15, 16, right? So we were like, that was the proudest moment we've had since the Black Panthers. See, we didn't really think about all of that then, but the crews that we were had in Montreal, we had hundreds of crews. And just like New York, it was what it was because we were the popular. So people could think, oh, well, hip hop is new, and you take it now to what it is now. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Sorry, 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 sorry. I still believe, I mean, I'm not gonna, you know, bug on this generation, but really, I mean, you guys got to be more creative. That's all I can say. Because this is like literally, this is like the what, third generation biting of something that should have been grown, but we had other things to do. And even then, the people who are our ages, like the Smiths, look what they give us. Look what they left us with today. This is my point, right? Chris and all of them, born in my time. So these people, even then, were part of that whole generational vibe. You see where I'm coming from? We were happy. I probably would have met him. He probably would have been in a caravana, and he would have probably been, but he's American, so we don't know, right? Growing up in Philly, he probably would have been messed up too. And I'm not saying like I said, Canadian, it wasn't that perfect, but we all connected for a minute. And then by 19, I would say, yeah, when I graduated 1986, class of 86 and 87, and then we saw more black basketball players besides Magic and Karim, Abdul, and it was like you had, but nah. And the Harlem Globetrotters were the most freaking popular basketball players for blacks. Seriously, they had a freaking television show every, remember? Yeah, I'm sure there's some people. Yeah, yeah, I remember. Yeah, you got tickets to Harlem. That you don't need to see no. What do you call them, Lakers or fucking Boston Celtics. You didn't need that. You just needed the Curly and Meadowlark Lemon, and you'd like watch them. Even we, how many times people were like, they should just play professional against like a country, you know what I mean, or a team in the United. But that, I don't know. They ended up just being a fringe. We always understood that they were so good they had to do this. That's what we understood, right? So anyway, by that time, right, there was a togetherness. But then 1980, by the time they started arresting young black kids, and then in the case of Montreal, they, with the referendums that was to be coming, and all of that, they changed the laws. And so, especially again with the Anglophone, right, the bill said that like let's say if my grandmother had arrived in the 80s or said by 1976 with Bill 101, where you had to only, you know, speak French or you had to be bilingual. Um, Most English speaking at that period uh, uh, immigrants, it was going to be a little harder for them to get there. By then, if you didn't have family and then you had a cousin come down, that could happen, right? So, but then you had our first generation navigating those waters, right? So in Quebec's case, we had, yeah, it was great to see them, but and then the Haitian population were coming from what was known was a very difficult time, was poor and everything, right? So that happened, and I have to admit, Anglophones, you know what, even with the colonialist type of, yeah, background I grew up with, and that kind of vibe. Um, it was unfortunate that some of our parents, because we saw then that new divide of West Indians, like Jamaicans, oh, the Trinidadians, oh, the Haitians. Oh, it took a minute. It took a minute because then we started to say, oh, well, they're here, they're poor, and a lot of them in that like thing, it was a transition and they quickly adapted. Oh, in a minute, and the Quebecois really took them in. So that was the first level of disenfranchisement for us as Anglophone, because by then the system was already skewing for one. And even if we were bilingual, saying that French I bust out just now didn't mean shit. I mean, they'd say, "Oh, you're not French enough," as compared to the Haitian or the person from Congo. So then you had people, so that became what it is, which was for the better. In hindsight, I always say that. That's great, right? And we were just, and even then, right? Yeah, I said 1976, right? So even then, before hip hop, like we were all, yeah, you're Haitian. It didn't matter. We just felt that, well, maybe it wasn't as uppity as most of us, but that was the stereotype that was built by our parents. Apart from that, we was one love, right? But Marley had already been done. He already passed away, right? So there was only so many of that, so that kind of that in an instant killed the reggae scene. It turned it into something else, and thus the dance hall happened. Once Bob died, that type of reggae, unless you were living in Jamaica, and even then, that style of reggae was so, you had islands in the stream, you get it, and all of that. So even then, that era of, that Rastafari was starting to switch up, and thus that's when a lot of the Sensa Million, the rest, right? That's and essentially the disenfranchised blacks of that time. Now that's when you saw the siding with what I would say the chapters of, because Canada was that first, like biker gangs after the Quiet Revolution, as they love to say, les nègres blancs, the white niggers of Canada. After that shit ended, right? And then that, bikers everywhere. That just what it was. You just had to be there. It was they were knocking each other off. You had HA here, you had a Popeyes there, you had this machine here, you had, yeah, those were and they were there, right? And eventually, yeah, you had some bros in there for real. And those bros were able to say, okay, we maybe will open up. Really. And of course, a lot of those guys who were kind of getting up there, their kids were into breaking, their daughters, yeah, they were like, yeah, okay, you like the bro. They weren't too hard up about that because they were like, yeah, rockers are rebels, right? So they were like, yeah, yeah, yeah. And it wasn't like, hey, they're neg. No, not everybody, but I remember actually breaking for them because they had one girl was going out with a friend, and it was funny, they were like, yeah, man, rockers and breakers were really tight. You could even watch Beach Street, Rockers Revenge, right? We got Arthur Shaker Baker, yeah, for real, right? More so even, and the punks were down with us, not everybody, yeah, punks were down with break. If you look in England, a lot of the styles, right, it was punk, the Mohawk, Icy Ice, one of the best breakers, big up Icy if you're still out there. Corey Montalvo. I mean, I still remember his name, man. I had the book and everything, right? Um, and so, yeah, he's the one who got us on the neck move. Neck move. You hear what I said? Neck move. Neck moves. and flares. This is Beach Street. We saw that in 1999s, right? We gave up on it after we cleaned up ourselves, graduated, wanted to do slow dancing, and then by 1995, the Generation Y started doing what you call air flares, and that's the third wave of breaking. I call it the techno breaking because we could break. I was breaking still, and I was breaking to techno. All right, you hear where I'm coming from? It wasn't just like hip. There was no break music like that anymore per se, right? Because we grew up, so we were breaking to techno well into the 2000s. You can even look up Rocksteady and all of them, and uh, what's the name there? Prince Ken Swift, and he was doing the air flares, and we were wearing what we call like like racetrack suits, and people was dyeing their hair, bleaching their hair. You remember, like Romeo and Juliet, right? And we was doing, yeah, it was fresh then. But I don't want to get too far into things. So by the late '80s, and then us who were like, and even our younger Gen Ys, right? They were chill. I would say things changed when we had with the integration of it. Because look, we had white kids that were down, French Quebecois kids who were breaking with us, right? Just like in the Carnival, it was a real world affair. Except we had whites who were loving us, and they were okay with us loving ourselves. I'm gonna repeat that. In the carnivals, right? At least up until I'd say the 90s, even the late 80s, 86, when we graduated, like everything by design was done to screw us up from, like I said, if we survived the birth of 1968, they were already prepping by design to say, okay, these kids are going to grow up. Let's make sure that we fucking put a stick in their wheels because we can't. That's when the whole Messiah thing and thus, well, it became Tupac and all of that because it's not just him. That's why I say if Tupac was around still, and he was younger than me. I had to school a white girl, all right, a young, and she came in an office where I was working. What's up, my niggas? And I was like, well, and okay, right. And she's telling me about the Tupac Biggie documentary, and I schooled her, and she still didn't want to listen because I was like, listen, I was fucking there. Even my peers were like, he's old. Like Tupac was born I'm 60, like 1968. I'm already old, and I already had. By then, we were like criticizing them, the boys in the hood and the NW, because once again we're like fuck Americans, right? But by then, when that wave of breaking was ending, by then, of course, and the gangs and all of that, right? So it was synonymous even in our generation. Even I eventually, by default, ended up, I was approached by working for bringing in smack. I could tell you that. I could say that. Yes, because that's what they did 35 years ago. It was usually so for a friend, but just going back, yeah, that's how the black gang thing took off with because even then we had peers that I remember who ended up becoming the captains of the next, and I'll throw out the history real quick. Like there was the at least, and guess this, it wasn't the Jamaicans as much or any Trinidad, it was the Haitian gangs that really took off after 1976. So we had crews, and they were my friends. By proxy, we were all cool. So by proxy, I was with a crew called Belanger Crew, right? And that was cool. And they were, my boys Patrick and them, yeah, Jean, right? Because we knew, at least we sympathized that they were poor and they were having. So they weren't gangster immediately. They were breakers first. Belanger Crew. Nobody knows that. They were floor rockers. They weren't as good, but then it spun off and it turned into something different because, right? And I remember that day when breaking ended for us was when somebody pulled a knife, and it was, guess what? It was a fucking army guy from Grenada, right? Beautiful guy. Everybody respected him. He was like the Fonz, this guy, right? He was like a rocker. Like this guy was a real rock. He didn't change shit. He was that guy who wore a leather jacket, and he would be where we were breaking and chilling with us because he was already older. This guy was like, I think by then he was in his 20s, and he was part of the Grenadian, yeah, that whole business, right? If you look up the history, there was a big, or a coup or whatnot. Anyway, Grenada had a fight, and he was part of it, and him being Grenada. So he was, and we had guys like that. Those guys like you would see in Beach Street, like Chino, right? Or yeah, yeah, you're looking for that. Yeah. So we had guys like that. Well, this guy, fuck, this guy ended up fighting. I don't know. It's unfortunate, but that's what killed the breaking, right? It just turned out something happened, and it just like boom. So the army guys kind of killed it for us. They felt bad about it, but they didn't think it was going to take off gangsterism stuff. And then so we had Belanger, and then they became Master B. And by the time it became Master B, well, then that shit took off, right? Because it was a little different. And then it became Public Enemy, and then and now it's Blood and Crips, right? But the chain of all of that stuff, and eventually, yes, we had other war-torn child soldiers come in the fold, right? They were coming from Somalia, and what? They can be gangster, bro. Out in the West, I hear about that, right? But I remember when I heard, I was like, how is it that shit happened? And most of us, because me, well, people like me who were first generation, because we're still in the blood of the country, a lot of folks well, not like me, but people I knew were able to kind of even, how we say, override them to a certain degree, because a lot of us were growing, or folks like us who were growing up with those guys as children, like biker guys and all that. Well, yeah, they'd be like, yeah, we'll give you the pass first, bro. But money, got to make money. You make money from the poor. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But if you had problems, and this was not only bikers, this is also like, how you say, the capo. Yeah, I got what? Shout out to my capo bros out there. Eh, kamabasan. Abruzzes. Yeah, Napolitan, my boys. Yeah, they all black too. But they was white Italians, right? And hey, you got, them boys still look out for you, right? I'm teaching you kids. They still look out. If you're old school like that, they'd be like, yo, we hear this shit going on and that. You'd be in another freaking country. They'd be like, okay, we won't give them problem. Okay, right? That's what it was. Eventually, all that shit went to heck, right? Because you saw people getting knocked out, and then the bikers were killing each other and putting cement bricks. I'll never forget that. In the late 70s, they were popping up in the freaking St. Lawrence. How do you end up getting cement on a bunch of bikers? What? That happened. Anyway, I digress. So by 1986, that 87, 88, 89, and this was, now we were totally into a dance culture, because going back to the disco, you're like, once again, we were so anxious that it seemed that by the time the breaking thing happened, that new beautiful music that was ours, okay, got corrupted. And next thing you know, by 1986, you had, there was no hip hop. A lot of bars actually, there was a rule up until, even I would say, 1990, maybe give or take. You couldn't wear sneakers in a club. No freaking way. And you couldn't wear jeans. You could not wear jeans. And you know what broke that rule? When we started busing, because we were breaking, for a minute, you couldn't go in a club like that unless you were breaking as a show, literally. They were like, no, 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 no. You can't do that. You crazy? This is not Cocoon. Remember that movie? The old guy's breaking. They're like, no, this is not Cocoon. You can't do that. You're going to do it. You could do it in a suit. And yes, we used to be able to do that too. Not all, you couldn't, like, because we knew if you were going to go in a club, let's say it's 16, all right? A lot of 16-year-olds in my generation were able to go to clubs. We were clubbing, like adult clubs by then, okay? So yeah, we would be wearing, what was the, with baggy pants, pointy shoes, wingtip shoes, and the T-shirt where you can roll, and it's like another, what do you say, another fluorescent color, like Wham. Yeah, and you break, like, it's okay, right? Like the freaks come out at night. You see, Deuce is breaking in like that exactly. He wasn't wearing sneakers and all that shit. Like those guys were doing the dance, and then Deuce does a windmill in the freaks come out at night. Well, that's how we were, right? We were looking like that. There was no sneakers and no jean jacket and nah. We wanted to get some action, right? What girl wants to roll with a guy who's like in a baseball? You couldn't wear a baseball cap in a club. No way. You couldn't wear a baseball cap, no jeans, no sneakers. So you got to make do with what you got. And then by the house music, like mid 80s, early, well, house music was, 80s, 85, even 84. But by 1990s, when the techno, jungle, this is generation, I would say, like YZ. Because then those kids, by the time the 90s, early 90s happened with NWA and what the American media was flushing on us every day, right? Don't forget the quality of television by 1986 was, there was a lot of changes in the rules, being that well, Canadian sold out, and then because we used to get a lot of American programming, ABC, CB, we still have it, but then they were like, well, dude, we got to do something in Canada. We got to make money too. We tried to make, we had English sitcoms. Bill Daly, from I Dream of Jeannie, he shot a show in Montreal. A lot of people don't know. Montreal's a big, here's the thing, the Anglophone edge of Canadian, at least in Montreal, that didn't never really took off. Even though we would get the Montreal Film Festival and big awards and all, people, the greatest people, Rennie Balkan, these guys, like Law and Order, you don't know. Those bros came from Concordia, from Montreal, man. They're old school. You don't even know, right? But anyway, like Shatner, exactly. Like William Shatner. Oh, we're all bros for show. Yeah, I knew what Leonard Cohen. I met him. Yeah, a few times. Yeah, cool. That was Montreal. So by the 1987, house music was out slowly, or it was trans. It was actually house. 87 was the year of the mullet. The year of the mullet, and throw in maybe a flat top, right? Because it wasn't lasting long. That didn't last long. That was like literally mullet and long hair was 1986, right? We're living the 60s, 20 years later. And then we try to do an Afro knockoff. And then a lot of the czars, you used to be bald czars with lines, it grew up. And then we said, well, we can make this into an Afrocentric look. And then the diaspora 1990s happened. You get it? And then we were all of a sudden in our 20s and we were woke. We're 20 years in 1988 after Martin Luther King got assassinated. This is important because if there were no kids, let's say back then, or not many, right? If we were completely like not non-existent per se, you wouldn't even know. We would, literally, they could have said anything about Martin Luther King and we wouldn't have had a clue. Same thing with Malcolm X and the black, at the time, the Black Power movement and civil rights, which we know was literally a scam. Look at that. 50 fucking years later, I can tell you the civil rights movement, because it's out there now, right? We heard about Kennedy. Oh, really? Those fucking, oh, we saw 9/11. And we're like, no. And some of us were like, I don't know. And then we're like, oh, see, told you, bro. Right? So that's why now today we're going to give you the heads up. So anyway, 1990s, by then it was already starting to corrupt, and the culture that we grew up as young kids. I think the woods is like that. A lot of African Americans, because now by then the African American culture was really stewing and brewing in who their identity was. Oprah popped up and ruined it for my fucking young 20s, like most young black men. Like, really? Because in hindsight, now we can say, yeah, that's some fucking abusive shit. Every time men are bad, men are this, blah, blah, black men. And then we had the freaking color purple. It was like, wow, you already young people probably thinking bad about us. And don't forget the interracial thing, jungle fever, that's a real like late 80s thing. It wasn't very popular even. I mean, it happened when the early phase of breaking because of the popularity and everybody came together, right? And then by the time it was kind of done, yeah, no white kids were down with that. It took a minute. But what got them attracted to it? Guess. It started when they heard and niggers with attitude, right? That's when I had friends come in. Hey, did you hear about the new group called I can't say it, NWA? I'm like, what the fuck? It's niggers with attitude, yeah. And so all of a sudden that came out, and then Arsenio Hall, Eddie Murphy. Okay, this is where I'm leading up to. Arsenio Hall, Eddie Murphy, right? It wasn't Richard Pryor no more. And by then, Cosby was kind of stale. He got reprimanded because when we were kids, babies, he did that TV special after Martin Luther King was assassinated that put out a major Black Power documentary. That's what that was. You saw kids taking a pledge to do right and not take shit. That's me. That's us. So we understand the time, and yeah, it's true. He became a little stale because we were too good in ourselves, right? That's why and they were ragging on each other, right? But Richard Pryor still got respect, but by then he was on the blow, burning his ass up, right? So even those great people that we were, and we had Mr. T, and eventually they got him too, right? They gave him he had a cancer for like a while, and he got cured by with Trump and them, big time. You don't know, the A team. You don't know, no, 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 you don't, right? Because when we saw him as Clubber Lang, I tell you, most of us were kind of going for Clubber Lang. That's the motherfucking truth. A lot. I was going for. I was like, yeah, he's mean, but you know what? Rocky's a dick. I don't fucking what. It should have been Muhammad Ali. Like what? We already knew about that. We're like, fuck, man, Mr. T, knock his ass out, man. Come on, you're bigger, you're blacker, you got fucking gold on you. You can't knock that fucking guy, you know? Sorry, here I go with this word. But anyways, that's what we were thinking. We never go, okay, Apollo Creed, whatever, right? That was another ball game, you know? But so those heroes that we had for us, we had to actually pick up the mantle. And the reason why I'm saying it like that is because maybe your generation millennial, whatever, zero, this kids today, anyone who's 20, 30 now, I can tell you, yes, the ball has been dropped numerous generations, and now the ball is in your hand. But what we can do different today is we can prepare you even better than what the 60s couldn't. You see, the thing with Black Panther and that whole movement, the media got to it. Today we have new black media, right? We had infiltrators, we had coons. We still have coons, but now we could learn and should do filtering. And I think this whole the academy thing, this is the beginning of that. The wheats and the tares, right? We're starting to okay, because well, Hollywood is a whole other spectrum. But you're still gonna see, there are still some folks who will get out of that. We're gonna cover that in a minute. But so 1990 when that show started, Will Smith, The Fresh Prince, right? So this show, by that time, if anything, was probably one of the first Afro American shows that got popular from the NBC cycle. Now, just prior to him, a few years before that, we had Different Strokes and Gary Coleman, right? Most of you probably don't even remember that, bro. He's my age too, and I grew up with him, right? And Todd Bridges. But by the what is it, 1985 or so? We used to hey, look. Arnold got a czar. He's bussing a czar. He's bussing a near flat top. We were laughing because we're like, yeah, he's growing up with us, right? Because yeah, believe it or not, even I like when we were children, it wasn't just the afro. The afro was cut, but then we had to do the part. A lot of us did the part. It was like an old school thing, but we did the part. And Arnold Jackson had the part. Willis, he was cool. He still throwed it out, right? But just like how Arnold was, right? Gary Coleman, Arnold Jackson in the show. A lot of us were that kind of yeah. We were spicy, tongue in cheek, like Tootie Fields, right? Right, and most of the black kids of that era. We were and Rodney Allen Rippey, right? You don't even know. However, and then yeah, and then by the 90s you had Step by Step, and they tried to do the dysfunctional stuff like Full House and Silver Spoons, right? Schroeder was a child actor, and he was popular with the Champ, right? And then they started doing all, and that's where Bateman and all those kids come from. I'm telling you, listen, kids, listen. I'm giving you the keys to the kingdom, right? Because if you don't, yeah, an old guy talking up, but you gotta hear. You gotta hear what we're saying. So we don't make the same mistake another time, right? So let's continue. So by 1990 now, This shit from the United, and now Arsenio Hall really influenced us because that was the first show next to Johnny freaking Carson. Look him up, right? The Tonight Show, which was what already 40 forever years, right? And then you had David Letterman who came around, and he introduced us also to the New York City Breakers, Crazy Legs and Prince Ken Swift. Look it up. We saw that. We're like, yes, yes, let's dance, let's jam. All you got to do is jam. Come on, get up. Yeah, we were into our up rock, right? Up rocking. You guys don't know what I'm talking about. Up rock, like real up rock. Anyway, so and PBS, right? So by and PBS used to be fresh then too. Yeah, I don't. It's still fresh. You just got to be careful. I'm gonna. I won't say it out loud, but delicately, I would think maybe PBS is probably the last source of good entertainment source. But anyway, I digress. Right? But by the time we hit the 90s, right? Okay, Sesame Street, okay, that was done. We knew who Snuffleupagus, yeah, Mr. Snuffleupagus, yeah, they cut that shit out, right? Because for years they're like, hey, look, motherfucking the elephant just left, man, Big Bird, man, go fuck, and eventually they're like, look, we can't play kids like that because they're like, I don't know, they're starting to get weak. The beginning of the snowflake, right? So 1987, 88, 89, 90. The kids growing up of YZ, My Little Pony, Transformers, More Than Meets the Eye. What else did you have? Just before the advent of the internet, right? The video games, the pocket games, because we had pocket digital games, right? But by the time the video games were out, we'll forget about that too, right? So most of the kids, white kids at least, like my peers, when I was breaking, they hated it. Only later in life, like in the 2000s and yeah, like the 90s when house music became popular, right? They were like, hey, bro, Rich, man, I'm sorry, man. I thought, you were fucking weird nerd, fucking crazy ass nigger just rolling. You know what? I like it. I like it. Some of them, but they grew into it because their kids like it, right? So that shit happened in the 90s. So then when you had niggers with attitude and that commercialism, and then much music and all those stations were like, you know what? We're tired of Michael Jackson, who fucking brought them money, right? Had his Russian people, Russian manager take care of him, and then we know the history. By the time that happened, then okay, we see this show where this guy comes from out of town in Philly. Well, okay, whatever. I didn't even know Philly was that bad. I didn't know Philly was such a badass place. I thought it was like uh if anything, a really heavy or how we say, a big LGBT community. So I was like wondering, where's this thing with? Yeah, I did like. Hey, I'm being ignorant here for a second because like I'm saying, from the Canadian perspective, Philadelphia isn't that the city of brotherly love, right? Okay, so right off the bat, I was like, okay, all right. So the show is the premise of the show is here he is, and he's there. Now, Different Strokes is over now. It's been a few years now, right? And Gary Coleman is already starting to have problems with hearing. Todd Bridges, by that time, was already, the rumor was he was getting into the blow and getting, like, he was like, yeah, a little older. He was that guy, busting a tracksuit, getting, so that happened. And we didn't hear from him for a minute. So then the television system changed. And then by then, yeah, we had this guy coming from Philly, going to see his judge, uncle and aunt, and his cousins. Now, that pretty much sums up how it was for us when when they came. Let's say our American cousins came to Canada, right? For a minute, because most of us were like, "Why is he talking like that? Why is everything so freaking eccentric and fucking like out of control and upsetting with Americans?" Right? We were always so when this show came out, when the Fresh Prince of Bel Air came out, and I was the same age as well, 1920. I remember saying, first of all, I didn't like that whole caricature of what became hip hop because I told you old breaking hip hop flow rockers were done. Now we had the new age of the Running Man, right? Which actually Will Smith was one of the ones to actually get it going, right? And the fucking like kids baseball cap and all those weird. And we're like, wow. Even the shows that you know what, we got some dumb Negroes. If you want to sell that, right off the bat, we got that. The thing that got to my nerve the most is Carlton was never respected. Because, like I was saying, most of us, like, we had a guy like Will, we'll be like, yeah, you're a character, but fuck, what the hell's wrong with you, right? You're like Black Power still. You're like, you got an uncle's a fucking judge, man. Don't fuck it up, like, duh. If anything, you want to get some, but we used to be like that. You see, like Uncle Phil character for us, he would have said, "Look, boy, you gotta go to school, eh? All right, here, paying you. You're not playing no thing, and not bringing in no girl here, and all of that. You keep your shit straight." That's what it was for a minute. Don't buy into the hype, right? And the cousins, well, Carlton should have been appreciated, but we laughed at this character because, like I said, he liked Tom Jones, the most tacky fucking song ever. And even I liked it a long time ago, but not that much, right? But hey, whatever floats your boat, right? I mean, there are some. Everybody has that chord. Everybody likes that song, right? I liked Dolly Parton. You'll call again. I thought those were cool. Yeah, you know, Alan Parsons Project. Wow, they had some bomb stuff. You kids don't know, right? I could see, like I said, a YouTube channel, and they're like, "Oh my God, wow, I didn't even know this existed." Boston, come on. ELO is one of my favorite groups. Okay, Electric Light Orchestra. Talk to me. So they made a caricature out of a smart black man, young man. The fact that he can speak properly, the fact that he dresses well, the fact that, okay, he's not a freaking basketball player, or so, all of the stereotypes. He might be a little cocky. Okay, that alone, I could have gone with that. I could have really just gone with that. But the fact that they were, this comedy, I get it. But this all is leading up to what I'm going to tell you here. Even to see how, what now he slapped the crap out of this other bro at 53, 50, what, 7? Way back 30 years ago. Okay, so now we can say that was kind of a show. He is a good actor. Maybe he should have gotten that Oscar because he played dumb forever. And that show now, in the 90s, guess what happens? You have anybody who was, let's say, coming of age in those days, they were starting to say, okay, you know what? We're down with it. We like this music. Like I said, a few years before, we would literally almost have fights. Like, because some kids, white kids, didn't like it. They were not, it was still kind of rock. And a lot of people hated disco. Right? Don't forget, in '77, like there was a big thing in, was it? What do you call a stadium where they blew up disco records, because they said it was too gay and too this. That's how much hatred this freaking people had back then. So by the time we saw this show, and the caricature graffiti and the crown and all this bubblegum kid stuff, all of a sudden overnight it became kiddie, right? After seeing Eazy-E with the baseball cap, every other bro got into and I will tell you myself also, because when I worked on a television soap opera, they hit me with the baseball cap. They said, "Wait, make sure you wear that baseball cap every day." I get into my career at some point, but that, and they made me look at, I mean, the only thing was that they didn't stereotype me to be a thug. I just was lovelorn and lovesick for a girl in this soap opera. But then I got kicked out of school for gambling. So much for that. But by then, I could have said, even for the minimal, small type of stuff I was doing, we were some of those folks that were seeing the changes. Don't forget, we had Revenge of the Nerds with Larry B. Shout out to Larry B. Big up. He's one of us. Larry B. Williams, Todd Bridges, true survivors, even Mike Tyson, bro. Come on now. Don't give up on all of us. Just a few flakes, so the wheats and the tares, right? So by then, the 90s happened. Marvelous Marvin, Iron Mike. Iron Mike was the best thing since Big Bread, because now we saw finally who we were supposed to be, right? Young kids from that movement. And yeah, even though he was, there was some difficulty by then, the whole, upbringing and all of that stuff, right? And the gangsterism was already there. So by then, yeah, and that was going on since the 70s, right? With the White Shadow, right? With Ken Howard, where it was actual high school, and he was the coach of a high school a black basketball team, right? And they're all black school. And the White Shadow lasted for that was a good show actually. It wasn't what became, what eventually became what was it? The Wire, right? Or the one like all that stuff, right? All those kind of shows, Oz happened. So all of a sudden, we started to see some stuff about life, even if it was real life, that we were trying to figure, okay, how do we relate with this in Canada? Even though it's starting to happen, these people are showing us something they created and wrote stuff that doesn't actually speak for all of us, even as a community, but at the same time vilifies us over like crazy. So then you had dope and all this, and then the music came. Guess what? That's when a lot of because the world was still integrated then. A lot of the white kids, suburban kids, took to it. Like I said, Niggers with Attitude, swearing in the album. I had also covered on the last post with D. Schneider and Frank Zappa, right? What they did with the committee, and then the 18 plus stickers. Well, then when that was happening, 18 plus on those albums, yes, they're going to buy it. And guess what? The white kids sucked it up. So by then they were down with that groove. And the girls, right? You get the women to have a few fans. That happened. The advent of the music video, the design of the music video was changing, right? So this is the beginning of where we see what we see today play out, how that played out. This is where we are. We're right there now today. This is the fruits we bared throughout all those years. So now the 90s happened, and this show's happening where once again, and then you have the sister. I don't remember the character's name because I'll be honest with you, I might have watched really maybe one or two, three, a few, but no, I never liked that show. I hated that show because at that time I was thinking, and many people can say, oh, maybe jealous. No, there was something that I was not cool with the fact that they treated Carlton like that. That's really what did it for me. The youngest sister, she was like, okay, the most whatever, the most average type of sibling, I guess, right? And then the sister, the other big sister, she was supposed to represent, yeah, well, like the Valley girl, right? Who the when you grow up with like white Californians, I guess that's yeah, you're a girl, yeah, all right, sure, right? And yes, there's a few good episodes that experience the race thing and the rest, but that also was the design that happened when we saw our coming of age. If you see where I'm coming from. So the identity that we built up on ourselves overnight changed. We weren't already because we were young enough, so we weren't really seeing into the future that we were thinking, yeah, we could still be anything. Yeah, well, maybe the space shuttle just blew up with the first bro to fly in space for a long time with a bunch of other, but yeah, we could still get by. So the years of 1986 with rumors. What about those rumors? Orange Juice Jones, I saw you and him, right? Oh, Sheila, ha, ha, ha. All this stuff, music, and of course Cameo, Word Up. That's the flat top right there. When we saw Candy, that's what kicked it off because we didn't know too many other musicians who were bussing that style. And the spandex, yeah, that happened for a minute. That's the house music thing, right? Suck a DJ, na, 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 na. Yeah, right. So then that brought back the age of the funky pimp. By then, in the 90s, guess who was the next dog? Right? We know who the dog is. So when that came out, all of a sudden we're like 20 years later, everything's in 20s. We had a flashback of the 70s and black exploitation too happened. And guess what? The white kids loved it because then you had Pulp Fiction, and then you had John Travolta made a comeback. Samuel L. Jackson himself also, motherfucker, blowing everybody in the head. All my white college friends loved it. And I was like, yeah, but he's so fucking like 70s. Like, what the fuck's up with who even wears a Jerry curl afro in 1990? Whatever with that year came. That's where I was like, ooh, this is off. Something's off. But I knew he was gonna be an exceptional actor, right? And Denzel and a few other people were just starting to come out, and it was like, eh. By then, Denzel was doing what's it called, Glory, right? And folks were liking him. So the transition, don't forget, we couldn't have that B1 media because the support was coming from outside, and the money by then was actually being made of the white, being made off the white suburban class. So now 1992, guess what happens? They hitch on the ride. We had Vanilla Ice for a minute. Yeah, we had other white. Yeah, for sure. However, Vanilla Ice was probably the turning point because by then, when Suge got involved, all hell broke loose. He like literally quit, right? And then we noticed that the labels started even getting into that, not only just Death Row, but that's when you had the advent of Green Day, the new punk movement, punk 2.0, I would call it, or 3.0, depending where you pick up punk, right? Late 60s, 70s, or 80s punk, right? Then you had the 90s, right? Could have been. So the 90s reinvented that whole garage sound. That was actually another fresh original moment. That's what I'm saying. We have the freshest, we brought it out to you. Now it's up to you to take it and do something with it outside of the box. So yeah, we saw, what is it, Limp Biscuit, and then we Marilyn Manson, and then you had, and of course Puffy, and all of that happened in all one box. And then we had what we call a satanic type of panic. Music got negative and dark, and hip hop got absorbed into it. That's all it was, right? It wasn't the Grammy Awards of 1982 anymore. It was the Grammy Awards of 92, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all of a sudden now we're gonna bring back slow music, slow, good jams for a minute that strippers of that generation can dance on. And before you knew it, by 2000, they pulled the fucking rug. Oh my God, this guy has this Usher was good. I loved it, right? But then by then, and then of course we had R. Kelly, right? And people were hearing things, and I remember not vibing that. I couldn't understand why Africans Americans were into this weird soap opera singing thing. Why you sing the damn song? What is this? A series? I like, yeah, original, but I was like, my senses were tingling and saying, "Wait a minute, who's that old nigga there? He's trying to. He's not even like, nothing. The singing was even different. It was this whining. I know, and I was like, why are these guys whining? Genuine. And then it got deep beats. So white people were liking it. There's nothing wrong with that. They were flowing, but look at what they were flowing to. It wasn't like they were gonna flow like okay, Lionel Richie was already stale by then, and any other, right? There was no black bands like you had, like the Commodores. Living Color, right, was a rock band. They didn't stick around too long, but even though they were there for a minute, so that whole Jimi Hendrix, Rick James, all of that, Diana Ross, Aretha Franklin, even Whitney Houston. By then, she couldn't even keep up. By then, our generation literally hijacked what was that, and that being the influence by those managers of those years, right? They switched the game overnight. We saw the switch. And any baby that was born then, who your baby mama was listening, what they were listening to, particularly in the States, that's what you grew up with. And that would have happened like, yeah, 30 years ago. Just at that moment, I knew white girls who were with black guys. And of course, this is when that was happening. Yeah, they were getting pregnant just to make the baby and make the money. I saw that. And what music were they listening to? Oh, genuine. Was it Sway? Yeah, Lauryn Hill, Wyclef Jean. That's a long time ago, bro. That's when you were born. So we get it. For me, the hits of my time, what was it? Age of Aquarius, right? I can listen to it sometimes, but nah, right? Marry Me, Bill, Steppenwolf, right? That was the thing. Someday we'll be together. So I get it. Marvin Gaye, what's going on? Yeah, we get it. But we noticed something that many people were picking up and didn't say anything. Now the music was being so sexualized, and it wasn't as political, but just very like the Fugees and Wyclef Jean. I would say were the best albums. Yes, I like Puffy, right? I appreciated Tupac, but it was like, how the fuck did this shit happen like that in less than 10, 15 years? This is what I'm saying. We didn't make it by design, right? That's I think, and if anything, this is where I guess where my whole freak outism is. I think like most of us in our age now, we're like we saw this shit like the 60s and the 50s still had a slower transition, right? Us, we saw, like I said, rock, techno, rap, slow dance, slow jam, the jungle, all in less than a period of 20 to even 15 years. So any child that was born after that, forget about it. The timeline, that became actually the New World Order. Literally, that's when it started. Because by then you had the what do you call it? Um, what is it? Well, New World Order. And then you had the Awakening Age, right? You had that all those secret, all of that stuff. That those books came out then, those code books and all of that. That it was just then, right? New Age. That's what they call it. See, New Age, right? New Age, New World, New Age world. So that was happening. So we became Afrocentric for a second round in our 20s. And then you had the diaspora years. And then we saw shows like, okay, Cosby was sucking, Different World was more relatable to us. And I was loved that show because I was like, wow, I could have, and I should have auditioned for it because I do, people were saying, you look like Dwayne Wade, all this. And it was around the same time I was working on my stuff. And yeah, they were going to college like me. And yeah, I liked Whitley, and yeah, Dwayne was a bit of a doofus. Just I was like, I don't know about those glasses, those foot glasses. I don't know. But overall, and what it became eventually, that was a nice piece of work. Eventually, though, unfortunately, Lisa Bonet dropped out. It made the show actually better, I think, in the long run, because they were able to really spread out and give a bunch of people work. And I could have sworn all those young people would have been still working, or we still see them today. Heck, we don't even see Raven Simone, and she was like a toddler back then, right? So then you had that happened, right? And then Different World was done, and the cable companies started popping up everywhere. They gave a lot more air signal. And most bros could have bought channels back then, and we missed it. I tried to, but yeah, I missed it. And so then you had the Fox, all this business, and then of course the cartoons that came out. Forget about it. You know what it is, right? They're still there today, right? That should tell you something. So by then, when the specialty and the black BETs, and then you saw, I didn't follow any of those shows, to be honest with you. When you had the Martin and you had all those, what is it, Living Single and all those black shows, I was already a dropout. Why? Because I said, you know what? It's us, it's our generation, and we're setting these kind of weird stereotypes. Living. It was good, funny, brilliant shows, but even then, in hindsight, and even then, for me, I was like, okay, Chris Rock in a freaking blonde wig, in a dress, and then like what like what, like really, on Fresh Prince, he did that. I think it's that episode, right? He's in a wig, and then you have Martin, who was always dressed up as his whatever. But I was like, wow, I get it, but you know what? Married with Children is probably a lot more in tune, right? Because who was gonna believe that Chris Rock in a fucking blonde wig and fresh, like what? He was already trans then. You might as well just call it that back then, but we didn't. See where I'm coming from? So but I was always on the tip. I heard that a lot of those shows Yeah, that was a kind of a thing. But by then it wasn't like cool, right? Because it was done by Flip Wilson. It was already out. So that now we know is there's an agenda to that, right? So then you had Arsenio Hall, you had that, and then everything, yeah, and of course, it only was able to survive because we had the backing of suburban culture. Because those kids now grew up knowing what they knew about the civil rights, and they said, well, we still want to be allies, and that was cool. So that, what happened to those people who didn't like hip hop? Maybe those are the same people that stormed the Capitol. Why? How old would he be today? My okay, okay. How old is Mike Pence? I hear he's running for against Donald Trump, right? He's what, right? So, with that being said, um, by that point, like I said, I would say the bands like Limp Bizkit, Radiohead, all that stuff came out, and then it brought like literally, well, I would say, what commercial music back in. But that was a new commercial music because the days of Hall and Oates, right? That shit was done. By then, it was done. It was done. It was a Green Day. It was Nirvana, and then it got negative because of the suicides and heroin, and that shit was making a big. Ecstasy was literally taking off then, right? Acid was out, mushrooms, weed. Uh, but things like the what became the pharmaceutical highs, that generation of oxy and all that stuff, that didn't happen until like even just before the 2000s, and that's when heroin made a comeback. But by then there was already a culture reviving itself, like I said, like the 70s again. Let's give it like, by then 1980, 92, 93, 94 would have been like 1973, 74. So you had the grunge bands that were looking like old yippies. You had that. That's what that was. Garage, Seattle scene. That, and I liked the Seattle scene actually. It was cool. It was different. It was it wasn't the California of the '60s. You get it? It wasn't the Detroit of the '90s by this point. So that brought back white rock, at least, right? Because by then there was a dry spell, and then there was all this crazy black music coming out. People were like, "What the fuck?" And the clubs, people liked it, but I can imagine people didn't. And then you had country made a comeback. Who remembers Garth Brooks? Fuck, this guy was everywhere. I don't know what happened to him because he just dipped. It was like something happened, and he's like, I'm out. But this guy was like filling up places, and then you had the achy breaky and all this, and I was like, what's up with all these country singers? I mean, okay, I guess because when I was a kid, my uncle used to love Jim Reeves and was it Roy Kramer? Oh boy, these are some old Negroes I'm telling you about, like white guys, white country, like Klansman music, literally. He was, and he's the one who worked for the newspaper. We used to laugh at him. We're like, what do you like? What's his name? I can't even remember now. Uh, but yeah, Jim Kramer, like real, like more school than um the woman who died there, Patty Klein, right? He was down with all these like heavy. He used to watch Hee Haw. That's how much he was down. Yeah, and he was very eloquent, and yeah, that's what it was, right? He was the comb part hair, right? He was the like he, but he wasn't a coon. Actually, let me bring you back to that story. So my uncles, right? One for the Daily News and the one for the Montreal Star, right? And then there's the third uncle who's a teacher. I'm like what, 5, 6 years old. The American uncle, the one who's like a real brawler, right? With the who talk like that, right? And then when you come and see mommy, you have any rice? All right. So we get the door knocks, right? My uncle comes by, late at night, eating a smoked meat sandwich with the other two, right? And there's this white guy with them named Bob. I always remember him. He's cool, right? He was their white friend, right? And he was like, "Oh, cool, hey, yeah, man, hey, Bernie." So they're telling my grandmother's story. It came like midnight, right? He's eating a smoke. He's like, "Let me tell you a story. We went to go check out this restaurant because they were journalists, and there used to be this restaurant called Sambo." And Sambo, well, the name Sambo, anyway, that place was around. So it was part of their thing to go down there, right? Because the 70s, by then the 70s, hey, everybody's cool. The last thing Canada needed was some racial fucking fuckery, right? So my literally they would come down and they would, because they worked for the newspapers. Hey, let's go see, let's shake some shit up and take it to the World Council, right? So they went to Sambo. Anyway, he told me the story. He's like, yeah, we went to have a fucking gang tried to fight with them, right? So they're like, how many? So there's White Bob and the three uncles. Oh, and George was there. They said that George was there. Big George. There's always a big George. George was a big guy with the afro, right? George, Big George. And he was like a friend. So there's four ready to. He was telling me, yeah, man, this guy tried to break a bottle on my head, and I go on and move and I dash and I bottle break on the floor. I take care and bam, I break him up. And then the other uncle's like, oh yeah, and he was laughing at Bob. He's like, yeah, and Bob, where was Bob? And Bob, hey, Lloyd, look out, look out, Claude, look out, ducking behind the seat. Anyway, I remember hearing that story, and so he's like, yeah, man, and I made sure I get a smoke me to go. And then the police come, and then after that, they say, and they check out that file, and they say, oh, okay, cool. Next thing you know, that place was shut down not too long after. I'm telling you, not too long after. That's what I'm talking about. It's not like even like Black Power, but for me, I grew up seeing like, oh wow, these three big fucking badass black guys, kick the fuck out of the clan for a minute, right? And they were eloquent to write about it. What? Okay. So I wanted to, yeah. So that was that story. So fast. So now we're back to the 90s, and yeah, we saw up until 2000 what happened. By then, a lot of us were having children, right? And we were young. And so here's where the damage happened from between 1981 to 1999. A lot of the resources that we thought we could have gotten some help, like government and stuff, was not, even with affirmative action, it wasn't around for a long time, affirmative action, because whites were already complaining about it, right? And by the time Clinton got into office, all hell broke loose with that predator thing that the wife said. That was not cool. Predator. That's what happened. And so our lives were ruined. So when it came to the time of 1999, right, we hear this guy got, what is it, chlamydia or whatever, the clap. One of the singers got that. And then we saw Biggie got capped. And then after Biggie got capped, you had Tupac. Then you had NWA. That whole situation. Bro got injected, we heard, right? By who? We don't know, but he got injected with HIV, Eazy-E, right? And then Colors comes out. And then Boys in the Hood, and then Juice, and then Belly, and then all this stuff. So, and then who's your greatest buyer? By then, Chris Rock comes in the fold, who was also he's very old school, actually. He's one of the real old school, but he come in with his flavor. And then you had Uncle Cracker. I remember hearing about that group, Uncle Cracker. I was like, so yeah, okay, right? And yeah, so that happened. And then by 99, I would say, like I've said previous in one of my other posts, that's when the fantasy world of entertainment died. Something died when those towers came down. And even though we looked at it, and we were young, I'm in my 30s now. All of us are in our 30s, right? By then, Will already put out a couple of albums of remixes, right? Remix, because a lot of it was remix. And so I was surprised he was rapping. Actually, when he started rapping, I was like, no, oh no. So now they're turning a fucking rapper, singer, comedian, right? And then he did that movie with Stockard Channing and the degrees, 6 degrees of separation. I was like, okay, good. I'm glad he broke that up, broke out of that. And then the Men in Blacks happened and all of that. So following in what was going on with him in our generation, and by the time Chris Rock came around too, and we had In Living Color, which was a good show. That was probably one of the best shows I've seen. But you know what? They had to have others, and they created others to kind of bump that off, right? And all of this, and while it was funny, nah, man, oh no, in living color was the bomb, right? So here we are today. Fast forward 20 years later. After that, now a full-grown 22-year-old will not have a fart of an idea of what happened in the 20th century. This is why today you can have what's going on in the Middle East, in Africa, in Europe, right? You can have all of this, and America, and Canada, and all by these people. Some of them who are younger than us, who are running the fucking world right now. Some of them are way too old to be running the world right now, and we're lost in the confusion of trying to figure out who we are individually, who we are as a people, and the shit's still happening. And it's worse than it ever was, let's say, back in, you know, from the timeline I just gave you, right? The timeline being when we were born, and now here we are, we're like middle age. So the takeaway, I guess, with all of this stuff going on now with these people, it's a shame. And I wanted to talk more about like what the background was, and I'm not going to dwell too much on what these particular people did, because it does take away from the narrative of what I'm saying, the big picture. These people were not anybody, and they became somebody, and they have to pay a price, I'm sure, to get where they are, because they not only did they become what we call the gatekeepers per se of what was to what it all is, but it stared away from the chance for many, let's say, communication students who really wanted to work in the industry all throughout the 90s into the 2000s. It devalued because we got distracted once again with the 9/11, with the wars and everything. By the time you come up to George Bush Jr. and now you get to Obama, who unusually look like resemble, you can almost say those that semi haircut, right? That shave up, that lanky, right? By then, even Mr. Smith's image was like, yes, nice guy, the guy from Fresh Prince, and that's what it always was. Not like, oh, he's a serious actor and all of this. He was still too young, right? So by 2000 now, everybody hates Chris. And this is part of the whole thing, about revealing with the sacrifices you make to get up there, and then all of a sudden, whatever you do becomes like almost a life-filling prophecy, right? Because everybody hates Chris. When I saw that show, I was like, why does it have to be? Yeah, like everybody hates Raymond, but I was like, you know what though? I don't think it's going to work the same way for you like it did for Raymond. Only because, well, and even I haven't seen him in a minute, right? But you want to do that? You want to put hate on yourself? Some people can get away with that, right? I heard a great, well, not a great, a sad story, but I heard a story that Chris Rock, one of the reasons why he didn't hit back Mr. Smith, Mr. Rock didn't do it because when he was growing up, he was bullied. Long story short, he went back to the bully, took a brick, hit the kid in the head, knocked the person out in bad shape, right? I don't know what happened to the person since, but yeah. So when that slap happened on stage, and I heard about, like, I understood that, I was like, wow, what do you know? Isn't that a weird karmic thing? And then, of course, Mr. Smith, who also, had some, we didn't know, but apparently had, like I said, able to play the double, triple personality, right? Zone in, zone out. He, almost busted up his manager's eye back in the 90s. There's actually pictures of him, just like me, young boy, like a 1960s picture, like a 1950s mugshot, right? But except now, it's a 19-year-old in the year 1989, 1990. Like what? Yeah. So there's karma probably coming for that, and this is part of it, right? Mr. Smith hits Mr. Rock. Mr. Rock paid his debt, didn't hit him back, and now in the middle of that, Miss Mrs. Smith Pinkett Smith is in that. Now, the story with her, I remember her back in the day. What was it? Different World, right? Once again, we saw this generation coming around, and just like Aaliyah, we saw that happen. We saw uh, TLC, remember? And then Left Eye, right? Left Eye, drove off the cliff. Aaliyah in the whatever the cargo plane uh, mishap, right? The guy was on blow or something and crashed the plane. Like, and did he live? Probably not. I don't know, right? So when that happened, it was like, okay, something is amiss here because now the disconnect had already happened. If you were already 30 and you had a family, you didn't have time to think about such things. And if you were already screwed up in jail since the early 80s into the 90s, you were probably going to be a repeat offender. And by then, yeah, the blackmail was already, at least for my generation, for that point, we were already broken. So from then to now, should be our awakening. This should be the real coming of age because we had the coming of age and then you also get a reawakening at some other points in your life. And this should be the time, right? Because we're 50s now and it's already 50 years, some plus, since that the whole debauchery of the civil rights movement, which got us really nowhere, into integration, into all of that, only to kick us in the teeth later by people taking and vulturing the culture and then telling us who we should be and what we should say. And somewhere down the line, a lot of us who of my generation and older, the older ones trained my generation to stick with that route, and then thus they have kids. Here you are. But it goes further than that, right? Because like thus I'm going to bring it back when I was growing up. What happened to the values and how we take influence from others. So when we say black culture, how American is black culture? Hollywood is a neighborhood in the central region of Los Angeles, California. Its name has come to be a shorthand reference for the US film industry and people associated with it. Many of its studios, such as Columbia Pictures, Disney, Paramount Pictures, Warner Brothers, and Universal Pictures, were founded there. Paramount still has its studios there. Hollywood was incorporated as a municipality in 1903. It was consolidated with the city of Los Angeles in 1910, and soon thereafter, a prominent film industry eventually becoming the most recognizable in the world. I'm going to just scroll through this because this is all about Hollywood, right? And I guess we don't really understand. Like you said, you always have to look into the roots and background of things. So H.J. Whitley, a real estate developer, arranged to buy the 480-acre E.C. Hurd Ranch. They agreed on a price and shook hands on the deal. Whitley shared his plans for the new town with General Harrison Gray Otis, publisher of the Los Angeles Times. This guy is the publisher of the Los Angeles Times. Harrison Gray Otis was the president and general. Look, Times Mirror Company. Okay, we have a story on this guy. He was born near Marietta, Ohio, February 10th, 1837. The son of Stephen and Sally Dyer Otis. His father was from Vermont, and his mother a native of Nova Scotia. He's a bro. You know how many bros come from Nova Scotia? Yeah. Anyway, you never know. You never know. Canada. Came to Ohio from Boston, Massachusetts with her family. Okay, so he received schooling, right? Like I said. So we don't know much about the parents. He got married and he was a Kentucky delegate to the Republican National Convention, who actually were probably more on the black side than the Democrats. Don't forget, know your history. That nominated Abraham Lincoln for president, 1860. So, yeah, he was an officer. He was promoted though, right? Volunteer as a private Union Army, and so yeah. He was wounded twice in battle. Journalism. After the war, Otis was official reporter of the Ohio House of Representatives, then moved to Washington, D.C., where he was a government official, correspondent, and editor. In 1876, he moved to Santa Barbara, California, which then had a population of 3,000 people. And he purchased a local newspaper, the Santa Barbara Press, from C.W. Hollister, effective March 11th of that year. Happy belated anniversary. It is now 1:13 a.m. It is 2022, April 1st. So he gave up journalism. So this is what his story is, right? It's just good to know who is who. So, and Ivar Weed, a prominent businessman in the area. So, Daida Wilcox, who donated land to help the development of Hollywood, learned of the name Hollywood from an acquaintance who owned an estate by that name in Illinois. So this woman, she chose the name, right? Miss Wilcox is quoted as saying, I chose the name Hollywood simply because it sounds nice and because I'm superstitious. And Holly brings luck. What? Boom, boom, boom. She recommended the same name to her husband, Harvey H. Wilcox, this guy who owned the ranch, right? And his name, his wife, right? Right? And that they found it together. It wasn't until August 1887 Wilcox decided to use that name and filed with Los Angeles County's Recorder's Office on a deed and parcel map of the property. So by 1910, they have post office, yeah, you know, and they got more people in Los Angeles. So it's interesting. Could melanated people do that? That's a question, eh? Could melanated people pull that? Just like that. Guy went, I buy in a press. Guy got, take some land and what? Wife, what you call it? Hollywood. Okay. Is Obia? Obia. All right. Ooh. So, incorporation and merger. Hollywood is incorporated as a municipality on November 14th, 1903, in no time. See? By a vote of 88 for and against. So, in 1910, the city voted for a merger with Los Angeles. So, let's see. So, that's history. That's even like 100 years a bit, right? By 1908, at least 30 motion picture companies began to set up production around Jacksonville. So the whole motion picture thing took off, right? It took off from that. 30 companies. How, like in 1908, so what, a few people said, let's make a motion picture because they knew that this was going to be big. See? Look at that. It started with a rush. 120,000 sold by our opening day real estate. Wow. Right? So this is just to say, once again, a lot of stuff comes just from the average Joe. They had 30 motion picture companies setting up around. I wonder how many melanated people. I would believe there might have been some because we did have some, black producers in films, and but unless, of course, you had the ones that were, biting the idea. So by 1912, major motion picture companies had set up production near or in Los Angeles in the 1900s. Most motion picture patents, intellectual property, were held by Thomas Edison's Motion Picture Patents Company. Founded in 1908 and terminated 7 years later in 1915 after conflicts within the industry, was a trust of all the major U.S. film companies and local foreign branches. Right? And the biggest supplier of raw film stock. That was then. See, that's all changed, right? Because they don't have film stock anymore, like the same way. So they were sued to stop their production. To escape this, filmmakers began moving to Los Angeles, where attempts to enforce Edison's patents were easier to evade, and the weather was better. And it was a good place to establish. So D.W. Griffith, if you know, this bro here was the one who did Birth of a Nation, right? David Wark Griffith. Let's take a peek in his world. Like Ghost, eh? Ooh, ah, ooh, ah. If Ghost could speak. Let's do quick, quick, quick. Okay, so we know he's a director. Follow with me, folks. Don't forget you can freeze the screen. Birth of the nothing much, nothing much. I just want to know where you come from. Oh, early life. Let me see. He was born January 22nd, 1875, on a farm, Oldham County, Kentucky, son of Jacob Wark, Roaring Jake Griffith. Hmm. And he was a Confederate Army colonel. So don't be surprised why he made that fucking film. Okay? And he's like, oh, he made that. No. And he had power with it. Okay? Here you go. So Confederate Army colonel in the American Civil War, who was elected as a Kentucky state legislator. And Mary Perkins. Griffith, or Nee Oglesby. Griffith was raised as a Methodist. And he attended a one-room schoolhouse where he was taught by his older sister Maddie. His father died when he was 10. It's always about something like that. And the family struggled with poverty. So just like, Coco Chanel and all of that, it's always but we go through it so much. You guys bug out and you just let me take over and destroy the world. But I digress. I'm not saying, but when Griffith was 14, his mother abandoned the farm what and moved the family to Louisville, Kentucky. There she opened a boarding house, but failed shortly afterward. Griffith then left school to help support the family, taking a job in dry goods store and later a bookstore. He began his creative career as an actor in touring companies. Meanwhile, he was learning how to become a playwright, but had little success. Only one of his plays was accepted for performance. He traveled to New York City in 1907 in an attempt to sell a script to Edison Studios producer Edwin Porter. Right? Famous players. You've been there for a minute. However, Porter rejected the script but gave him an acting part in this movie, right, with the baby flying. Huh? All right. You look up and find out what that's all about. Instead, he then decided to become an actor and appeared in many films as an extra. Wow. So there is a hope for an extra, right? So if this guy was doing a lot of acting before, and then he started doing some directing, right? He got a position to direct movies after that. So yeah, I mean nothing new under the sun, right? Let's see this because let's find out the fate of them. On the morning of July 23rd, 1948, after the war, Griffin was discovered unconscious in the lobby of the Knickerbocker Hotel in Los Angeles, where he had been living alone. So how is it people get so big and all of that? Look, right on the way to the hospital, right? Yeah. So there you go. Let's go back to this here. And we won't be too long, but I think I gave you a big piece of information that you can take. And of course, like I said, it's mundane. It's not intended to be too spectacular. I'm not gonna raise my voice, and I'm not gonna school you and like let's say on religious affairs. I'm just gonna give you the mundane and the black perspective of what many of us can express, right? Different cultures, origin of certain behaviors, right? And I tell you, I love you, my Afro American brothers and sisters. We in Canada are experiencing pretty much the same thing. People say Canada's light and Canada's like light racism. No, it's just as heavy. It's just that we don't see it. In Nova Scotia, which is probably even longer, older, black than you guys, right? Coming from the train, coming from the trail. That's very black, and they got it. They don't have it easy there. I'm still hearing it, even from white people telling me that. So but you guys are Hollywood. All of America, I would say, is like Hollywood. It's always a show. It's always big, 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 big. And because you guys won the war, anything you say, we follow, right? So yeah, so new studios basically is the same thing. So he did that. Let's take a look here more into this. So this guy was doing all of that. He filmed the first studio in Hollywood, the Nestor Film Company, the worthwhile film, Nestor, released thrice weekly. Old English, right? All right. Was established by New Jersey-based Centaur Film Company in a roadhouse of all places. Look, roadhouse. You see? That's all you need, you know. You don't need no big ass studio, big plot. Dude, nowadays we can even do it in our own bachelors, right? Or apartments or rooms. So, okay. So established New Jersey in Roadhouse 621 Sunset Boulevard, right? It never looks as like what you see on TV, eh? Like when you see on films. It always seems kind of, yeah, a lot of cars out there. Okay, Sunset Boulevard corner of Gower in October 1911. Four major film companies, Paramount, Warner Brothers, RKO, and Columbia, had studios in Hollywood, as did several minor companies and rental studios. In the 20s, Hollywood is the fifth largest industry in the nation. So that's your fifth column that everybody keeps talking about, right? That's the fifth column. They got the power by the 1930s. So this happened, right? In the 100 years ago, the Oscars is what, 94? It's old as the Queen, right? Uh, the fifth largest industry. Here we are a century. You think it doesn't? I mean, it's losing hold. Something is going down because the people running it, they don't. So by the 1930s, Hollywood studios became fully vertically integrated as production. Distribution and exhibition was controlled by these companies, enabling Hollywood to produce 600 films per year, known as Tinseltown and the Dream Factory, because of the glittering image of the music and movie industry, I would say. Right? It's a factory of dreams. Look, that's the boulevard. I've been out there, and yeah, by all means, I have books also. I have a book on Amazon, which is uh, my visits in Hollywood about 6 years ago when I went to the Academy of Screenwriting, and yeah, I'll give you more details of that. And maybe I'll throw in a link. Support the bro. Look at that. So in this, dreams are made. You get it? Dreams are made in all of this. See? Dreams are made for him. Dreams are made for them. Right? People here, dreams. Let's just scroll through real quick. I don't want to linger too long. I just want to, get you thinking critically. So we've seen the corporation, the merger, how they built up, and this is all leading to what the academies, right? Right? Further development, Hollywood land, nothing much. There is one interesting thing I did see here, though. Okay, so yeah, there were 10 neighborhoods or cities in Los Angeles County with the highest population densities. Okay. The median household income in 2008 was 33,694, considered low for Los Angeles. And there's a lot of homeless. When I was there, man, I never seen a place with literally a stretch of homelessness like a mile long. Skid Row is real. The average household size 2.1 people, lower than the city norm. Renters 92.4. Percentage of never married men 55.1. That's quite a lot. Never married women 39. Eh, widows were among the highest, 9.2. Wow. 2,828 military veterans. They say that's low, right? So there's a lot of low. Yeah, it was said to be highly diverse when compared to the city at large. The ethnic breakdown in 2000 was, why not today? 42.2 Latino, 41 non-Hispanic white. So there's more Latino Hispanic there than non-Hispanic white. whatever that means, right? Non-Latino whites are European Americans, Middle Eastern Americans, Central Asian Americans, and North African Americans as defined. So what about the South Africans? Wow. Okay. 7.1 Asian, 5.2 Black. African Americans are an ethnic group consisting of Americans with partial or total ancestry from any of Black racial groups of Africa. It often denotes descendants of enslaved Africans who are from the United States. Okay. So these were the 10 neighborhoods or cities in Los Angeles County with the highest population density. So this you just breeze through these. So they have a lot of these towns: Koreatown, Westlake, East Hollywood, Pico Union, Maywood, Harvard Heights, Hollywood, Los Angeles. See, they don't have a lot of people. It's 22,000. Walnut Park, Palms, Adams, Normandy. So this is where I figure, if you add it up, yeah, it just balances out to be this amount of people. I just find that very interesting. Not like, okay, Koreatown is a higher and Westlake, East even, but everything else here, right? So they don't have a government. Hollywood does not have its own municipal government. A person was appointed and the guy passed away, right? So that happened. So they got a post office. They have neighborhood councils. This is where it gets funny. Hollywood is included within the Hollywood United Neighborhood Council, HUNC, Hollywood Hills West Neighborhood Council, and the Hollywood Studio District Neighborhood Council. So they got like a neighborhood council, studio neighborhood. Neighborhood councils cast advisory notes on such issues as zoning planning, yeah. Education, Hollywood residents age 25 and older hold a 4-year degree. Look at the schools. I want to pick on this. I kind of find this funny. Public schools are operated by Los Angeles Unified School District, right? So the schools in Hollywood include Temple of Israel, Temple Israel of Hollywood, right? That's a private school. Founded in 1926, so you probably have some actors who might have gone there. Gardner Street Elementary School, Selma Avenue, Grant Elementary, Young Hollywood Private Elementary, Hollywood High School. This is the popular one, right? This is the one that, like most of our stars, this is where they went when they were teenagers, particularly the TV ones, I would have to say. But, you have a few people. So, Hollywood High, Blessed Sacrament, Hollywood Community Adult, Helen Bernstein. Oh, that's a nice school. There's some school. Funny thing with schools. You ever like look at a school and you're like, oh, that looks so homely. Something about school, like for like when you see the design, it's like, yeah, I can remember like chilling in a school like that. Right? Richard A. Alonzo Community Day School, Beverly Hills RC School, private elementary, Hollywood Schoolhouse, private elementary. So there's a lot of private school. Joseph Latonte, who's this? Middle school. Hollywood Primary, Santa Monica Boulevard Community Center, Vine Street Elementary School. Of course, you should have some elementary schools, right? Hubert Howe Bancroft Middle School, Larchmont Charter School Elementary, and Cheater Gannett Private Elementary. Colleges, right away, boom! Los Angeles Film School, right off the bat, Emerson College, Columbia College Hollywood, boom! Like forget about maybe wanting to become, I don't know, a pharmacist. You could, right? But it's like top three. The Academy Awards are held in late February, early March since 2004. Yeah, well, it wasn't early because March just ended. Ain't that weird? Yeah. Honoring the preceding year in film, prior to 2004, they were held in late March, early April. So I don't know how early this thing is, but it has probably not really been, I don't know, been updated or if it's just different because of, you know, the last 2 years. The Oscars have been held at their new home of Dolby, right? And these are the famous things in Hollywood. Now let's look at the Academy. Oh my God, look whose face comes up. Did you see that? No way. The first person who comes up, it's almost scary, man. I almost like jumped from my seat. And that's kind of a weird type of photo too. Don't you agree? Like, boom, he looks mad. Whew. Okay, let's continue. The Academy Awards, popularly known as the Oscars, are awards for artistic and technical merit in film industry. It's the most prestigious. I'm going to cut to it. The award was originally sculpted by George Stanley from a design sketch by Cedric Gibbons. So this guy, right? And this guy, Austin Cedric Gibbons, was an Irish art director for the film industry. He also made a significant contribution to motion picture theater, architecture. Okay, so Gibbons designed the Oscar statuette in 1928, but he passed the sculpting to that guy. So it was first presented in 1929, hosted by Douglas Fairbanks. He was an American actor, screenwriter, director, producer, everything, right? He was best known for his swashbuckling. That's the pirate, yeah, swashbuckle films. Yeah, Robin Hood. Douglas Fairbanks. Yeah, he even did an episode of The Love Boat, if I'm correct. No, that was Junior. Douglas Fairbanks Jr. I forget. Yeah, he's the senior, and the junior did, stuff too. Mark Zorro, right? And he was the first one to get it. The first Academy Awards. I'm sure nobody would have gotten boxed out there, especially by a bro. So it's the oldest, and let's see here. Wow. This okay, I get it. This was for the award, so the best winner. Actually, you know what? Since we probably don't even know who or what the hell happened, um, let's look at the winners. And I'm gonna go from best to the last. And I think we already know, so I'm gonna go from best actress, Jessica Chastain, The Eyes of Tammy Faye. I heard that was good actually, even though Tammy Faye, it's a bittersweet story. Best Supporting Actor, Troy Kotzer, Coda. Best Supporting Actress, Ariana DeBose, West Side Story. Best Original Screenplay, Kevin Branagh, Belfast. Hey, actor writing a screenplay, that's good. And Best Director, Jane Champion, Power of the Dog. Best Picture, previous Best Picture was Nomadland. Yeah, I heard that. Best Picture, Coda. So there. Right? So this was the first history, and pretty much what milestones. Oh boy, I'm sure this is going to come up in the milestones, right? Yeah, there was a streaker. I remember that. I saw that episode. I was a kid there, but just a yeah, no. Oh, okay. So does he receive? Okay, so later won a single Oscar for performances in 3 films. Okay, so the milestones. The first Best Actor was Emil Jannings. Okay, was a German actor, popular in the 20s, for roles in The Last Command and The Way of All Flesh. He's the only German actor to have ever won. Well, there's a lot of Germans back then. Ah, that's him right there. Ooh, this is different. What's that all about? There were very weird things going on back then too. All right. He had to return to Europe, so the Academy agreed to give him a prize earlier, made him the first Academy Award winner in history. At that time, winners were recognized for their work done. And Janet Gaynor later won, yeah, so she won it for in 3 films. She might have been the first woman, I'm gonna assume. But the fourth ceremony, however, the system changed and professionals were honored for specific performance in a single film. Let me just pick on this for a second. Just for a second. Oh, September 14th, one day before my 13th. That's why I was like, the name sounds, because on my birthday, anyways, I noticed those things. Oh, Augusta. Oh, and she achieved a notable success in the original version of A Star is Born. Okay. Hmm. And made her Broadway debut in the stage adaptation of 1971 Harold and Maude. If you guys know this film, yeah, you should check this. This is like what you call May, what is it? May, February, whatever, late romance. Yeah, with Bud Cort. Bud Cort, yeah, and Ruth Gordon. Older woman, younger man. Yeah, they took that there. It sounds almost familiar to what we see happening now, huh? Right? Because it's like 50 years ago, 51 years ago. Harold and Maude. Dark humor is existentialist drama, right? And that was his girlfriend and all of his business. I don't know. Things always come around in a weird full circle, but in a different incarnation, right? And she did on Golden Pond, which was and also an award-winning film. Henry Fonda, Jane Fonda. That was when the family worked together. Oh, that's sad. It was a car wreck. Oh, okay. We don't want to really dwell on it. I just wanted to see. So she had lived a lengthy life, right? Okay. So there was some controversy milestone. And going back, yeah, I remember the streaker, right? The streaker, yeah, this was a big thing in the 70s, right? In the history was 34 Robert Opel, who streaked across the stage of the Dorothy Chandler Pavilion in Los Angeles, flashing a peace sign on national U.S. television at the 46th Academy Awards in 1974. Yeah, 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 yeah. Right? Later evidence arose suggesting that Opal's appearance was facilitated as a publicity stunt by the show's producer, Jack Haley Jr., Robert Metzler, the show's business manager. Believed that the incident had been planned in some way during the dress rehearsal. Nevins asked Metzler's wife to borrow a pen so she could write down the famous line, which thus not the ad lib it appeared to be. So he said when this guy made a streak, he said, "Isn't it fascinating to think that probably the only laugh that man will ever get in his life is by stripping off and showing his shortcomings? Ha 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 ha. Look how long that took, boy. Yeah, let's move on." So from 1973 to 2020, all Academy Award ceremonies have ended with the Academy Award for Best Picture. Yeah. And this tradition was broken last year as the ceremony ended with the Academy Award for Best Actor. Traditionally, the previous year's winner for Best Actor and Supporting Actor, yeah, okay, we're not going to move that. Let's see if it says anything regarding what's happening in Louisiana. Okay, that's why they rescheduled. Uh, Streaming movies, yeah, I think they're done because it's nearly 100 years. But however, I feel that they could still probably stick it out to get um, maybe get to the 100. So that the Oscar statuette made of gold-plated bronze on a black metal base, and depicts a knight rendered in Art Deco style, holding a sword, standing on a reel of film with five spokes. The spokes represent the original branches of the Academy: actors, writers, directors, producers, technicians. So let's look into maybe what he's all about there. He was born in Iota, Acadia Parish, Louisiana. In the year 1903, nothing different. He taught, yeah, Otis Art Institute. How old has that been around? 1918. Hmm. What was the, yeah, let's get to what was the interest, right? So it's fabricated upon this sketch from this guy, and that's it? Okay. Because I'm like, okay, you like, okay, this, sorry, bro. Uh, serves at the gate, the gateway. Hmm. Okay, and what about bro? Look, look, look. You're never sure, eh? That's when you know something's up. Okay, so Austin Center Givens, March 23rd, 1890 to or 1893. But they definitely know he did. So let's see here. I like it. See, straight to the point. All right, so in 1990 to 1893, to architect Austin P. Gibbons and Veronica Fitzpatrick Simmons. That's who he was born to. You don't have no link on it. The couple raised him in the Brooklyn Borough before moving to New York City after the birth of their child. Cedric studied at the Art Students League 19. Okay, so he was studying, working in his dad's office as a junior draftsman, like, yeah. And then the art department at Edison Studios. So Edison Studios was like, that's where you had to be, right? He's one of the original 36 founding members of the Academy of Motion Pictures Arts and Sciences. So the Academy, right, that's a professional or honorary organization with the stated goal of advancing the arts and sciences of motion pictures. Okay, so that's different from the Oscars. It's distinct. The Oscars is the trophy, right? And the Academy Awards is the actual, like, the ceremony, and it's an office also, right? The Academy of Motion Pictures, Arts and Sciences. That's there's an I've been there. It's nice. It's cool, right? Hmm. Nominated 39 times, winning 11, right? Isn't that weird? Founding members winning awards. He retired in 1956, ill health, with over 1,500. You can put in all that work, eh? So what happened to him? Read with me, folks. Reading is fun. Look, they divorced in 1941, 1491. 1941, in October 1944, he remarried, and he remained until his death. So nothing new here. Nothing to look at, as they say. So that's what we know about the Oscar statuette, right? It was designed, and there's not much more to say, right? Let's check out the Academy AMPAS. So that's the organization, and there's 9,921 people there. Usually, okay, this is good. So these are the original. Now there's, as of April, 54 governors, right? Whoopi is one of them, from what I understand, if she's not the head governor, right? Wow. Okay, so they didn't put this in. They didn't put this year's, right? Because you think this stuff would be up, but I guess it's only because now they're in, what do you call, um, legal stuff, right? And that's why I actually appreciate with Chris Rock. He's actually not doing something brash. Everything that he's doing, if you watch how the calculated way of how he's building the case up, I think it's brilliant. Because if he had gone out and said, "Well, this is how I really felt," and he could be held in libel or whatnot. Yeah, the law is always twisted, right? So I like this. I think there'll be more revealed. So Carmine Caridi, all right. He was known for his roles in Godfather 1 and 2. Oh, yeah, he looks like he's trouble. Look at him. Was expelled on February 3rd, 2004, for copyright infringement. He's accused of leaking screeners that had been sent to him. That's weird. Well, you know what? I guess a lot of folks don't know. A lot of actors, especially who were around from back in the day, if you're in part of the unions, and in most unions, you can get movies and stuff like that. And you get, yeah, so you probably got the screeners, right? Some actors like get one role, and once they're in, like I think Jack Valenti, you won't know him. Jack Valenti was like also the like one of the top chairmans, I believe. And I remember seeing him on a couple of like Disney films, right? And this was a long time ago. Jack, I'll look him up in a sec, but Jack Valenti. Harvey Wine, yeah, we know about that. After emergency meeting, yeah, well, he spoke too much, I guess, right? Him, he still has his Oscar, if I'm correct. Adam Kimmel, after a variety story exposed the fact that who is this guy? Oh, cinematographer. Okay, so that's something to take a look at if you really want to take a deeper look at to what kind of organization this is, right? What's happening here? Oh, okay, this is about the boycott. So there's nothing really, how can I say, this is all about the controversy, but nothing has been updated as of now. Okay, so let's look at the original 36 founders. From the original former banquet, which was hosted by Louis B. Mayer, he was like, yeah, Metro Goldwyn Mayer. In 1927, everyone invited became a founder of the academy. Isn't that sweet, though, in a weird way? Like it's like that kind of thing. Like bros and sisters, you got to do stuff like that. You got to be there for like openings and legacy stuff. Like I know the academy has a museum, right? I joined up just because yeah, you want to be a founder, be a founder. So look at this guy. We're just gonna kind of bolt through this. Charles John Holt, Richard Bartholomew, Conrad Nagel, Milton Sills, Milton George Gustavus Sills. I wonder if he's related to Beverly. So like a lot of people are related to everybody too. Right? Douglas Fairbanks, right? Senior. You remember him. Harold Lloyd, comedian. People will probably be offended for this kind of comedy. Slapstick. Mary Pickford. She's a Canadian, and it's understood she wasn't too friendly about us. You see? So there you go. There's more to her. I'd have to look that up, but yeah, like with the whole birth of a nation thing, and yeah, yeah, Gladys Marie. I remember when she passed away too. I remember. I was like in the like not too long. Actually, she passed away, if I'm correct, the same period of my. Let's take a quick look. Yeah, 79. My grandmother 2 years later. I remember. Yes, April 8th. Oh, gee. See the dates: May, April, March. And she was very powerful, like up with the politicians in Canada. See where I'm coming, folks? It's all going to build up. So she was a Canadian American film actress and producer with a career that spanned 5 decades. Yes, you kids, you think you know, right? A Canadian, all right? A pioneer in the American film industry. She co-founded Pickford Fairbanks Studios. This was a very well-known studio of the time. It was right up there, right? Samuel Goldwyn Studio was the name that he used to refer to the lot. But this is, you get it? And not only that, United Artists. I don't know if they're still around, but they were like 1919. That's what, Chaplin, all those people of the time, Artists Corporation was around. So, cited as America's sweetheart. That is true. That's what they said. That she's the first. If there was a pop culture or whatnot, she's the first one. During the silent film era, and the girl with the curls. Girl with the curls. I guess many girls didn't have much curls then, right? Because of to make the curls, right? She was one of the Canadian pioneers in early Hollywood. What, we have a whole section for that? And a significant figure in the development of film acting. So she is really one of the top, and she was in those like birth, that whole birth of a nation business and all of that. Yeah, that's all the same family, right? She was one of the earliest stars to be billed under her own name and was one of the most popular actresses of the 1910s and 1920s, earning the nickname Queen of the Movies. She is credited with having defined the ingénieux type in cinema. Ingenious. Ingénieux. Her first sound film role in Coquette, 1929. It was a box office success, right? Because it's the first sound. You get it? Her first. Back then, everything was a breakthrough, and by the late 20s, it was already in decline. You see, so you try to hold on to power, and you big this and you big that, and look, overnight, God does that because of maybe some hardness that we have. God doesn't bring bad stuff into us. It's how we make things happen. So she was born in Toronto, which is where I'm living now, in her crib. Yes, she did receive that in 76. Let's see. So she was born Gladys Maria Hondo, later claimed, see, again, the dates. Most kids didn't even know where they was coming from, right? 1892, although she claimed later 1893 or 1894 at 211 University Avenue. That's right up here, right? You all know this. Toronto. Her father, John Charles Smith, was the son of English Methodist immigrants. And this is what that, if you want to, a lot of Hollywood is that, right? Those are big religions there. So it's a group of denominations, Protestant, yeah. So, and it comes from this guy, John Wesley, right? People. All right. And worked a variety of odd jobs. Her mother, Charlotte Hennessy, look at that. She has a page, right? So she was an actress. Charlotte Hennessy Smith Pickford was a Canadian silent film actress and mother of Mary, Lottie, and Jack Pickford, who all became actors. Okay? So you think you had something on the Smiths, and you think you had something on, well, back in the day, like we used to call them the Douglases and the Bridges, right? They do this. So Charlotte was already part of the crew. She had two younger siblings. Yeah, Charlotte called Lottie. Look at that. Known as professionally as Lottie Pickford. Yes, Canadian American silent and socialite. You see, she was the younger. Yeah. All right. And John Charles called Jack. Bro, he probably might have been that one who. Whoops. Hey, I don't see a dad there yet. You know what I'm saying? Wait? Look. Her father, John Charles Smith, so right, and worked a variety of odd jobs, right? But if Mama making that money, yeah, man, he's a younger brother. Look at him. Looky. Douglas. All right. So they all became actors to please her husband's relatives. Pickford's mother. You see, that's where the function comes in. Mothers baptize her children as Methodists, of course, religion of their father. Yes, and he was an alcoholic. He abandoned. You see, I didn't even read this whole thing, and already I was reading into it. You're learning with me. You see how you can read and learn into things? So he abandoned the family, and then, yeah, a fatal thing, workplace accident. Yeah. So when she was 4, what happened? Her household was under infectious quarantine as public health measure. The grandmother, I like that. You see, this is like I want to see these people, where they come from, or who's the donor, right? Her grandmother, Catherine Faley Hennessy, asked a visiting Roman Catholic priest to baptize the children, and she was baptized. Okay, cool. So the mother took in boarders. Charlotte Smith began taking in boarders, one of whom was a Mr. Murphy, theatrical stage manager for Cummings Stock Company, who soon suggested that Gladys, then age 7, and Lottie, then age 6, be given 2 small theatrical roles. Gladys portrayed a girl and a boy, while Lottie was cast in a silent part. So this guy who lived there, yeah, he hooked up the kids. Pickford subsequently acted in many melodramas with Toronto's Valentine Stock Company. Yeah, that's cool. That's like downtown there by Bathurst, if I'm correct. Right? Right. Finally, playing the major child role in its version of Silver King. So, a lot of these kids, child actors, Uncle Tom's Cabin, right? It's a Tom show, the general term for any play or musical based on the 1852 novel Uncle Tom's Cabin by Harriet Beecher Stowe. The novel attempts to depict the harsh reality of slavery. Due to the weak copyright laws at the time, a number of okay? So I'm going to breeze through that. Look, you know, so she's done it all pretty much. 51 films, but then it just, let me see, take a look with me. Uh, Personal life. Okay, she married 3 times. She became pregnant by Moore. So Owen Moore, that was her man, Irish-born American actor. 279 movies from 1908 to 37. So he worked more than her, and looks like a Baldwin, eh? Yeah, we found his clone, or we found his donor, or whatever, right? Because this guy's he's having like kid number 8 now. Look at that. He looks like one of them. He looks like somebody, right? Okay, so what? And had a miscarriage or an abortion. All right. We already know what's going on probably with that, right? Some accounts suggest, I mean, once you have an account of what? This resulted in her inability and was strained by alcoholism, insecurity, living in the shadow of her fame, and bouts of domestic violence. And then she hooked up with Douglas Fairbanks. Then they had their COVID, right? Right? And then things were stressed. She divorced, and that's where you had your first, celebrity divorce type of thing. Political views. She supported Thomas Dewey in 1944. Yeah, this guy. He looks like a Thomas Dewey. Thomas Edmund Dewey was an American lawyer. Yeah, Republican, right? 1944. And look who got it. The 40th quadrennial presidential election. Quadrennial. Can you imagine that? 40. I never thought of that. Like, never heard that word quadrennial. But I get, yeah. It was held on Tuesday, November 44. Yeah, November 7th, 1944. The election took place during World War II. Yeah, so there you go. And then she was for Barry Goldwater. This guy, watch this devil here, right? With Nam and them, right? And then, so her acting power and political youth support, right? Yeah, so retiring, she became an alcoholic as her father had been. Her mother, yeah, 28. The siblings, both, Lottie and Jack, both died of alcohol-related causes in 1936 and 33, respectively. Huh. These deaths were divorced from failure, yeah. She was depressed. So she adopted kids, was turbulent. And what I remember, yeah, she became recluse. And Lillian Gish, she was another one, yeah. She was on for a minute up until 1987. Yeah, Lillian Gish, cute, little cutie, little old lady we used to see. Junior, this is who I was looking for. He was on like Love Boat and all of that. So you see, Douglas Fairbanks Senior, Douglas Fairbanks Junior. That's the stepson. That was her stepson, and he eventually took on some good movies. He was the man of the time. And then you'd see him on Love Boat, because a lot of those old actors like from that time ended back up on TV. So that's another trope that happens. Actors that even get Oscars today, don't be surprised if hey, if it's meant to be, Brad Pitt pulling off, a sitcom someday, because it could get like that, right? She was on top, and then overnight. Look at this. She previously published Why Not Try God in 1934, an essay on spirituality and personal growth. That says a lot. You hear the language, you see the words, right? Right? Yeah, so she married Fairbanks. She never acquired Canadian citizenship when it was first created in 1947. Did you just hear what I just said? Canadian citizenship when it was first created in 1947. However, and you know what? Here, we're gonna, because it's still a little chunk of what we have to go through. I don't even know if we'll do it all tonight, but and I'll pick it up on Saturday and turn it into a two-parter, right? Okay, because there's some gems I'm dropping. I'm noticing as I speak on that there's gems we're dropping here. So thank you once again. Subscribe, thumbs up, and once again, it's for the mundane, right? If you just want to chill out, play a game, play a video game or whatnot while you're listening to this, or just chill, and just maybe get ready for bed. Let me put you to bed. I'm just covering this because this is I'm getting my information as much as you too. Only thing is, I grew up taking in a lot of this. So we'll look into this maybe a little later or maybe Sunday, depending how I feel. However, Pickford held and traveled under a British Canadian passport, which she renewed regularly at the British Canadian Consulate in Los Angeles. She did not take out papers for American citizenship and also owned a house in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Towards the end of her life, Pickford made arrangements with the Canadian Department of Citizenship to officially acquire citizenship because she wished to die as a Canadian. Canadian authorities were not sure that she had ever lost her Canadian citizenship, given her passport status, but her request was approved and she officially became a Canadian citizen. And then in '79, because she was still out there, right? And look, there's a couple of times, Didn't who was the other guy who had this same thing? Okay, so we're seeing at least some tropes about where these folks come around and how the industry has been built and for a long time. So by the time now you come to us and you talk about black culture, right? Even though and this is another episode I'll do about the black experience through those years with the advent of the motion picture because we did have that. They were there. We have to ask what happened to them, why were they there, what happened to their footage. Thank God we have Real Black, like a website I highly recommend, Real Black and Herziaki, if I'm correct, if I'm saying it right. These two have the bombest documentaries on YouTube that you can see today and old movies. I big up, respect. These are my heroes. Okay, so what's this business now? Around 1910, East Coast filmmakers began to take advantage of the mild California, right? So that's when Canada, and we went down to Hollywood, right? So, and after Nestor Studios, run by Canadian Al Christie, who's this? Was a Canadian-born film director. Ah, Christie Street? No, I don't know. But the first permanent movie studio in Hollywood, a Canadian did that. A number of movie companies expanded or relocated. So East Coast filmmakers took advantage, and boom, we took it over. We're probably, you know what? Don't be surprised if Canadians are still like on the top, 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 top. Don't be surprised if we have Canadian in there somewhere. So, film pioneers. Ala Kariala. This was a well-known. This was actually a film study. If you're a film student, you see this. Read the first few films. This was a silent film, or I'll read it, which combines elements of documentary and docudrama at a time when the concept of separating films into documentary and drama did not exist. Nanook of the North. So they still had a minute where this was so new they could have done stuff like this, right? Let's see who I know. Charles Henry. Whoosh! Here. All right. Actually, we should come back and Nanook of the North. I want to read who this person because yeah, whatever happened to them. Let's just breeze through. William Bertram. Wow, it's a lot, eh? Earl Wesley Pascal. Ben Blue. Raymond Burr. We know him. I mean, yeah, Ironside. Yeah, he's a Canadian. Right? Ironside, Perry Mason, Raymond Burr. Yeah, Canadian. Jack Carson. Not Johnny Carson, but Jack Carson. Yeah. Al Christie. Yeah, this guy. Al Christie. Charles Christie. It's probably the bro. Oh, twins. More or less, right? Co-founder, yeah. Burton Churchill. Yvonne De Carlo was a Canadian-born actor. I didn't know that. Yeah, the Monsters. Yvonne, Margaret Yvonne Middleton. I didn't know that. Joe DeGrassi. Okay. Okay. Fifi Dorsey. Mary Dressler. Yeah, she was, yeah, early Depression era films. Mary Dressler, yeah. She did comedy, type of Beverly Hillbilly thing. Douglas Drimreel. A lot of them are probably French Canadian too, eh? Don't be fooled. French Canadians because La Lumiere brothers, right? They made this whole like a, it's not just Edison, right? The Lumiere brothers, Marconi. It was different parts, but if anything, Edison just froze it and did what he did, right? Patent. So Deanna Durbin, Alan Duan, probably bro. Edward Earl, a lot of them, eh? And this guy went in 1900 to 66. I probably know his face. I don't know. When did he die? He, Douglas Allen, 81. Okay, so Alan, I think I know this face. Like when they're old, they're like on television. Yeah. Okay, Edward. So 1972. Okay, all right. Rockley Fellows. Glenn Ford, we know Superman. At least for me, I know from playing Superman's dad. That's why I. Like, yeah, I know. I know. Who's this? John Harvey, Oscar Dahan, Huntley Gordon, Lauren Green, right? Battlestar Galactica, Bonanza, and Galactica 1980. Yeah, and he also used to do like a lot of Canadian news stuff. You guys wouldn't even know that. And he's actually First Nations on top of that, right? He's First Nations, First Nations, well-known actor. Yeah, everybody was like. He used to do some, everything, nature show. His voice was like the voice. He's the deep voice, calm. He used to talk like that. Yeah, he was cool. Him and he's right up there with James Earl Jones. Yeah, bro. He's a bro. He's a bro. Big witch. Green June Havoc. Yeah, I heard of it. Harry Hayden. Yeah, no picture for him. Bill Henderson. Because these are the people who made Hollywood, literally. Walter Thomas Houston. Okay, we don't have much. So we'll probably wrap it up a little earlier too tonight because it's been an exhausting week. Because I feel I covered quite a big chunk of stuff, right? And there's still some more I wanted to do, but ugh, sometimes, you can't push it too hard. You just got to go with the flow. So June Havoc, Harry Hayden, Del Henderson, Walter Houston. No, don't know him. Mary Irwin. Look at the dates too, if you can. You can always stop and pause and go back and check these dates, Okay? All right, Victor Joy. What? First screen kiss in 1896. So she's the first screen kiss? in 1896. Okay. Ruby Keeler. Yes, she sounded familiar. Yeah. Barbara Kent. Florence Labadie. See? That's kind of French. Lawrence, was thought to be the first film actor to be named publicly. Yeah. Beatrice Lee. Okay. Eugene Lockhart. Edwin Eugene Lockhart. Del Lord. Oh, Canadian film director and actor best known as a director of the Three Stooges film. See? You think you know. Wilfred Lucas, Henry McRae, David Manners. It's always interesting to see these ones that died late. Raymond Massey, yeah, I remember him. Yeah, a lot of people remember. Yeah. Raymond Massey. Louis B. What? Manico's a fucking Canadian? Was it Louis Bird Mayer? Was a Canadian American film producer and co-founder of Metro Goldwyn Mayer Studios MGM in 1924. See? Come now. You think you know, eh? Bob Nolan, Sidney Olcott. You know, all these people look kind of psyched out, though. Eh? The pictures they have? Yeah, we know about the, yeah. Okay, easy, we're almost there. Walter Pigeon, yeah. He lived a long time, this guy. He was almost, Miss Miniver. And, yeah. Marie Prévost. It's pretty, how we say, it's fun, eh? It's like a nice little, how we say, going down memory lane and looking at people that you probably never would have known in your life, right? Scandinavian roles. Just when you think, like with Jim Carrey speaking about what Will Smith went through, right? Like this is the class he was talking about. That was the cool thing. Now it's no longer the cool thing. William Quinn, John Quaylen, Max Sennett. Yeah, he was known as the king of comedy. This is 1960, so he must have been the king of comedy back then. At Hole Shearer. This is the sister of who? Norma Shearer. Okay, whatever. Douglas Shearer. A pioneering sound designer and recording director, played a key role in the advancement of sound technology for motion pictures. Okay? You've been schooled. Norma Shearer, that's the sister, I guess. Right? And here's the thing. Like this bro lived a minute, right? 1971. You see these guys, when you get that much power, you live for a minute. There's something to be said about all that. When you sell out, let's say, to work in that, that's what keeps a lot of these folks alive until they just kind of expire, right? But some of them, yeah, they get a long life. So Norma Shearer, Nell Shipman, Jay Silverheels. Yeah, I remember Jay. Everybody kind of remember. See his portrayal of Tonto, right? He's a Canadian, Indigenous Canadian actor and athlete, well known for Tonto, right? Alexis Smith, Ned Parks, Richard Travers, Charles Travers, hey, Jack L. Warner. Are you listening, folks? So we just found out Louis B. Mayer, MGM, and who? Jack Leonard Warner was a Canadian American film executive born in Canada who was the president and driving force behind Warner Brother. He's the brother. Marjorie White and Joseph Wiseman. Right? Dr. No. Yeah, man. So we're not so far off, especially when you consider that maybe all this pop culture and trends are created, the inceptions are from Canadians, Canucks, who come and say, hey, we're going to teach you how to be American. Ah, you get it? Canucks. That's who we are. First recorded in 1835. Dutch Canadians or French Canadians. And Negro Canadians. I'm a Canuck. I'm a Canuck. Walter Pigeon. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Several of these Canadian pioneers achieved enormous wealth and worldwide fame, like these people, right? I think it pretty much, we kind of covered a good chunk, right? So coming back to this and this, right? Yeah, we're gonna do the politicians like maybe Sunday because I wanted to cover more of the politics, but I guess from the talking of starting this off with the beginning of Gen Xers being born who were not supposed to be born because they didn't want a black messiah. I brought you all the way to how we got lost and got absorbed into what other people were making us believe we are, and we got the disconnect in 19 between 1986 to 1995. I would say a good decade, and now boom from there 1995. This is where we are now, right? Let's take a look at this because I've been hearing a lot of this stuff. And what's this? The dark virality of a Hollywood blood harvesting conspiracy. This is a nice horror story. Centuries of old anti Semitic myth is spreading freely on faraway corners of social media, suggesting a new digital dark age has arrived. I think it's a very wrong article. Dark ages were rife with plague, fanaticism, and accusations that Jews secretly fed off the blood of children. In 2020, we too are beset with plague, rampant medical misinformation, and persistent rumor that global elites torture children to harvest the chemical adrenochrome from their blood, which they then inject in order to stay healthy and young. A favorite topic of interconnected QAnon and Pizzagate conspiracy communities, so-called adrenochrome. I won't say that because some words probably trigger shit. Whatever. Harvesting long predates these groups. It is, however, resurrected during this. Um, yeah, during the pandemic. Google Trends shows significant spikes in searches for Chrome in March and June of 2020. It's prevalent on TikTok, YouTube, and Reddit removed the dedicated what? A subreddit. They had a dedicated Chrome Reddit on July 30th. Wow. Friday, July 31st, conspiracy theorists plan to hold the first Child's Lives Matter protest in Hollywood to expose child trafficking, advertising, and the event with references to, you could say the word, I can't. Just give me a little sec here. I have something in the oven. I'm actually was making some fries, but I had it on a low cook. So it's not always the protocol, but I'll be right back. Just give me 6 seconds. Okay, might have been a little longer, but I'm here. And the fries are good. And thus I'm going to eat them shortly. So, because I am hungry and, yeah, I know I've done my 4-hour marathons, but, maybe not today, right? Because it is April Fool's. Right? And we kind of got to, I want to get all this energy of what this nonsense that happened. I want that stuff to kind of blow over. It's like one of those things like with Pluto and retrograde of Mercury, you got to kind of let things blow over and you can't push things. So the energy is like, yeah, let's not overdo it. The other two were pretty decent, but hey, maybe Sunday will be that. So Let's continue. The chrome harvesting conspiracy theory is a potent example of hidden virality and the ways in which unpopular culture animates social media platforms outside of the mainstream view. Right? So they're saying media is actually working against its own self, maybe, right? Because it's putting out stuff that people, people see as misinformation, fact checkers, I guess, and they say, well, yeah, the social media today represent what the studios were in the turn of the last 2 centuries, right? So now they're saying here in this article that, hey, this is like not real. You know what I think? The more folks cover this shit up, or try to do this, the more, of course, people are not going to believe you because it's like, well, you can't police people to say, well, you should believe in Santa Claus, right? But and I hope there are no kids watching because I do encourage young people. But if you let's say you believe in Santa Claus, this might burst your bubble. So, spoiler alert, okay? But it's almost like we're in a state where if the government tells you Santa Claus exists, we're so far gone that we would say yes, he does. And the people will say, well, no, because even though we know that there was a Saint Nick, but what we see as Saint Nick and Santa Claus today, right? And Saint Nick was a bro, right? What we know today, right? We know there's so much probably more wrong about Santa Claus than what the people tell us Santa Claus or who Santa Claus is and what Santa Claus does, right? You better watch out. You better not freaking cry. Okay, but I'll digress on that. So this is what's happening now with social media. And like I said in the beginning, I get a feeling we're going to go way because of all of this. This is just a catalyst. But the award situation, along with this war games, which they did say they were going to do before all of this started, right? The countries were meeting to have a competition. They do this every 6 years. So now here we are, and we've got this. So get ready to, a lot of bursts could happen. Get ready to go and do your newsletter. All right, so they want to crack down toxic social attitudes spread virally alongside hoaxes and disinformation. Chrome harvesting isn't outwardly blamed on Jews, but on satanic and globalist elites. Dog whistle terms from the far right. Yeah, dog whistle. The modern adrenochrome obsession is the permutation of blood libel, an anti-Semitic myth that pervaded Europe throughout the Middle Ages and a mutated strain of medical misinformation. The lineage of a new blood libel, the most effective conspiracy theories are built around kernels of truth. So when you say there's a kernel of truth, it means there's some truth. Even if it's truth. So you can say, well, there's a kernel of truth that Saint Nicholas was somebody who, whatever, and well, Santa Claus is not really him, but there's a kernel of truth. Okay. So chrome is a compound that occurs in the body, but about which little scientific research has been done, beyond a few studies in the mid 20th century on whether it could play a role in schizophrenia. And look at who. The question transfixed the writers Aldous Huxley and Hunter S. Thompson, who were obsessed with mind-altering substances. Now, if you look up who these folks were, you'll get it. But next to what's his name, the other wacko there, who would do what thou wilt, do what thou wilt. Yeah, those people, like who were obsessed with mind. Yeah, to them, chrome became a psychotropic akin to mescaline. So this guy, if you ever seen the movie there, was it Leaving Las Vegas? And it's about like that kind of trip that he goes through. Right, Johnny Depp was in the film, right? And of course this guy Hunter S. Thompson, they wrote books in his famous Doors of Perception, written just after the first chrome studies. So Huxley already did chrome studies, so that's a kernel of truth. Huxley described that the chrome as a clue that was being systematically followed. They're all on the trail. Nearly 20 years later, okay, this guy Thompson casted, yeah, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. That's it, right? That the psychedelic must be violently extracted, right, from the human glands in his novel Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. The scene was immortalized in Terry Gilliam's 98 film, 1998, a YouTube clip of Johnny Depp's character taking chrome, which today has more than 1.7 million views, has drawn thousands of comments referring to conspiracy. And here's the thing. Now we know, right? Because even though people are saying, well, for example, The Simpsons, which when I was what, 2019, right? The original show, right? Because it was coming from geez, her name's not in my head now, but she was a British comedian, and yeah, it was like a kind of a sideline, right? So it was Tracy. I can't remember her last name though. She had that television thing going on, and anyways, The Simpsons started with that. So when uh, today we have after what 30 years, which is a generation, like nearly two generations, right? No, maybe even three, because it's been that long. It's longer than even most television series now. Next to Law and Order, right, and all of that family, they we're seeing on social media how much they're predicting stuff. And then we also get the feedback that, oh, well, no, it's not, it's conspiracy. But for freak's sakes, man, you got to be like, how do you even, you have to be kind of really slow not to realize that what you've seen, even if it was a year ago and you see it playing through, has to tell you something. So that's one of those kernel of truths. Because the facts are that you might have seen an episode and you're like, wait, how is it that this is playing out now today? You could say, well, it's just coincidence, but the kernel of truth is it's still playing out today. So that kind of almost, like, and why would anybody want to try so hard to be so deceitful? The devil is a liar, right? We already know that. But this, would the devil be such a liar to actually blatantly come out and tell the truth? Or a kernel of truth? Or would the devil say would put some kernel of truth in order to tell a lie? So anyway, this stuff has been, and once again, all of that's to come up to, like rituals we hear about, like a lot of people are calling this a humiliation ritual, right? And what's that? Well, and if you heard what Mr. Smith would say, right? They have to put themselves through so much, all kinds of, and it's true because you're literally, really selling your soul to achieve something, in this case, material, like the Academy Award, right? Which came out of the idea of a couple of dudes and said, let's do this and let's create that. And then a bunch of Canadians went down and mash up the thing and bust up business and make things happen and put out Star. And here we are 100 something years later. Almost to say, not too far, that you could almost say, hey, even like hip hop now, today, we don't own that. We have a few people who have big pieces of maybe some shares to certain things, but no, not with everybody. Every time you hear every 20 years or so or 5 years, oh, this musician doesn't own his music. Okay, a kernel of truth, right? So in 2019, right, InfoWars featured a segment on adrenochrome, linking it to the Clinton Foundation via EpiPen manufacturers and to highly controversial young blood transfusion startup Ambrosia. Now, why people would do this, why people be so sinister, once again, I covered that trauma makes people do fucked up shit. I did bring up, and I'll say it again before, because I think it's important that I would bring up the facts here. A lot of folks during the Second World War and even before in the First World War, a lot of folks were orphaned, right? And a lot of folks were, just like today, you had a lot of surrogate, right? And then the surrogate kids sometimes, hey, if they were made run into this world this way, then high possibility is that they had to take medications or whatnot, and whether it be maybe more estrogen, maybe more testosterone, and families were built like that. So thus Hollywood is really not what you really believe it is. It's one of those big shockers at the end of the world we're gonna find out, right? We already know. We already know. We've heard maybe almost like 5 years of what the deal is, of what who the people are. Just multiply that a bit more, and you'll see that it's a lot more than we think. So you could make and decipher what I'm saying through this. I'm not going to insult anybody or a group or a gender. I'm just saying all the shit we talk about today, it's been around before. How it's coming out in kernel of truths. Why would we just have to lie about it in order to refute something that someone else is saying is not true? You know what I'm saying? So anyway, I don't go too far on that, but as this thing says, right? Despite this increased visibility, conspiracy outlets accuse major social media platforms and media of plotting to suppress the truth about Chrome. They've continued and intensified on social media. Plum claims Lady Gaga was participating in rituals for Chrome fix to spiked Chrome cure theory, popularized by Pizzagate booster Liz Kogan. So people were looking to it, and now they say, "Oh, it's not true. It's not real." That's right. So Wiki article reveals that in the last few months, editors have been consistently removing attempts to add disinformation. So who's the altruist here, right? Is it the people who are saying we don't want your disinformation, get your dis? They don't even call it a lie. That's how you know, right? They can't say, you know what? Back in the old school, you're a fucking liar, man. You guys are liars. No, we won't say that. We'll say no, it's disinformation because there's a kernel of truth. A kernel of truth in the whole bin of corn, right? I mean, it's kind of annoying to have people tell you what you actually, with your own mind, and maybe those folks might not be any, say, brighter, or they might not be any more mentally capable and functional, right? To do anything positive, based on because of the trauma, they expect you to believe them. That's how we are, yeah, down a rabbit hole, right? The pandemic has created an unprecedented level of mistrust and anxiety about inequality. Of course. How can you trust, at least for a Gen Xer, how can we? How can we trust when we were born into being told that we were supposed to be, dead from the womb? And look at what happened today. No black baby can even barely make it alive today. So when you're talking about black culture and all of this, yeah, we got to get together, but we have a lot of work to fix on the dysfunction and post-traumatic stress disorder that a lot of us even are shaking off. I tell you, yeah, I got depressed, man, because during the what is it, the 2010s even, because we were like, man, it's not getting a break. Everything you see on TV is negative about black people. And now the last fucking thing we end up seeing now is two fucking bros, my fucking age, slapping each other. Like that's not gangster. That's not even valiant or dapper or it's none of that. Which brings me to the whole thing with my original article, which was, yeah, comedy died. Tragic comedy from the antiquity age, from the age of antiquity, is dead. Because if people are going to be able to go up now and slap, you kids don't know, you didn't know Joan Rivers. She was already whacked out, literally. She went in one day to get some nip and tuck or something like that, or teeth or dental. And next thing you know, she didn't wake up. But she was one of the most vocal comedians. She was Jewish, and she wasn't afraid to go achtung and make fun of them and talk like them. And people would get offended, and she wouldn't give. Don Rickles, ooh, he was what? He scared people. You would, you used to have. He would tell everybody that they catch this kid and their mother, right? And you had Andrew Dice Clay. Oh my gosh, he's still alive. He's probably in his 60s. When I was in the 90s, he was big for a minute. He was making the most at the time, after Richard Pryor, very lewd jokes. So I got my tongue up. Yeah, he went there. He was going there, and people were loving it. We were like, oh, you're so cool. He's so nasty. Women were loving it. So now today, you can make a joke. You know what? We make joke about people of size. We make joke about. Come on. And you're going to go after how many? 50 some years after Martin Luther King. Right after Sidney Poitier slapped a white guy in the movie. Right? They call me Mr. Tips. Here's the irony 50 years later. Oh, well, for those of you who are still alive, smack, slap in the face. Look at you, two niggers up there fighting each other. Like 1990 niggers, right? Because we were not like that in the, like, let's say in the 70s, 80s, right? We were kids. But this is some 20 years later shit. No, 30 years later shit that we wouldn't have probably even done 30 years ago. See what I'm saying? So was it a setup? Was it created? All I can say is, well, there's a possibility, but even if not, he had to humiliate you. He had to go through what Hollywood demands because that's what he did say. And I actually, for that minute, when even though people are saying he's a good actor and he's crying or he's faking, I was like, you know what? Even if he was, there's a kernel of truth to what he's saying. The kernel of truth is, yes, he had to probably go through some hellish stuff, even more hellish stuff when he was being that stereotype that influenced a generation of people and more to portray us and treat us a certain way because of the stereotype that he brought, right? And now today he's a brute. So let's also take a quick look as to, because I think another point I want to make is, so when most of us were born in the late 60s, him 10 days after me, I'm the 15th, 60, he's 25th. So like we were okay, so the integration thing happened. Not all of North America was as bad, let's say, like what we were seeing in the 60s. It was bad, but like I said, in Montreal, it was there, but it wasn't that crazy. We didn't have that, fire hosing people. This is a very significant African American experience. And the fact that it was broadcasts is as such is what it was. But what we don't realize is, like a lot of folks, like I grew up, it wasn't that helter skelter, right? A lot of our families did have some solid, normal background. A lot of Hollywood stars, though, even though they're all big and popular, they have a big, usually are born into family who already was somebody or had money or something. Because Hollywood don't necessarily that rags to riches. Rag to riches only exists if you sell in your body and you sold your soul. But those folks who do that, they don't last long either, right? That's why you see a lot of them, poof, they're dead 1 minute, you know, or time they have to pay the piper. So Willard Carroll Smith II, all right, Willard Carroll Smith II, like Carroll O'Connor. Remember that name? Guy named Carroll, right? That does happen. So he's born 25th September 68. also known by the name the Fresh Prince, right? So much for being like the the Prince of Judah, or you know what I'm saying? Like Haile Selassie, he's the Fresh Prince of rap. So like I always like Hollywood's bankable stars, right? Yeah, yeah, we already know who he is, right? These songs that he made, but let's look back at where he come from. So he was born in Philadelphia to Caroline Bright, a Philadelphia school board administrator, and Willard Carroll Smith Sr., a U.S. Air Force veteran and refrigeration engineer. His mother graduated from Carnegie Mellon University. This is a pretty special place, a private research university based in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, founded in 1900. Institute of Technology and Mellon Institute of Industrial Research. You see what I'm saying? He grew up in West Philadelphia, Winfield neighborhood. I got look. You know, have a look. Okay, and was raised a Baptist. He has an older sister and two younger sister twins, Harry and Ellen. He attended Our Lady of Lourdes, a private Catholic school. All right, that sounds just about right because it wasn't school wasn't at least in Canada it wasn't that ghetto, right? Followed by Overbrook. Okay, his parents separated when he was 13, which is the case that happened to most of Gen Xers, including whites, right? But did not actually divorce until about 2000. Noted, most of our people stick it out. And I believe like until like they say 2000, that's when all bets were off. Nobody was trying to make anything work, especially in this new generation. Because our parents used to hang out for a while, even if it didn't work, and even if the father and the old man got out do his thing, make other brothers for you or sisters. Not to say it's right. I'm just saying it was an element. Now, no attachment whatsoever. So he began rapping at 12. So when he was the same age as me when or give or take, like when we started to get into the hip hop. But rapping wasn't big, eh? Don't forget, it was floor rocking first, hard floor rock, and then the whole rap hip hop thing. That was the second wave. That was 1986. Because with NWA, rap wasn't. No, you couldn't hear that on the radio. They wouldn't play it, right? And it was only until the 90s. Yeah. So anyone who's doing it, yeah, we gave them props, but eh, you know. So that's how long the show's been. I thought the show was actually on in the 90s. I didn't know. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, okay, Jazzy Jeff and yeah, okay, yeah. As the music, yeah, as I remember, yeah. Go see the doctor, yeah. Okay, all right. So he was all about that. So look at this. Word Records released their first single in 1986 with Paul Oakenfold, right? Famous for techno, and introduced them to Champion Records with their singles "Girls Ain't Nothing But Trouble," tale of funny misadventures that landed Smith and his former DJ rap partner Lord Supreme in trouble. The song sampled "I Dream of Jeannie." Yeah, yeah, remember that for a minute. Then we had the even hip hop was like weirding out because you had all these the Pee Wee Herman and all like it started to get really way more childlike, right? They really brought it down because the hip hop, hey, the music that we grew up on for that period, you can't find, or you know what, you would never get to know, like Cold Crush Brothers and like for like a full night of music that played between a period, right? And then, of course, by the time Run DMC popped up in 1986, with all their, and they went with the rock this way, which was already rap by Aerosmith, if you don't know that, right? Just like John Lennon's Give Peace a Chance. So right there, we were doomed again to believing, oh, we can do this better. Man, it's not hard. I mean, it's hard to rap. It takes a skill. Yes, but it's poetry and design, like spoken word, except you've got to bring on a beat. I'm not, no way discounting the talent. But if you consider where it came from compared to maybe just like I said, between 1982 to 5, from hearing a soulful voice. Stevie Wonder used to get in a lot of shit, eh? He was singing, like I said, he was doing like country music. When bros, like and his music was good, right? I ain't gonna stand for it. One of the music reason, if you know that song, look it up. Great song. That song, I ain't gonna stand for it, is about that discrimination because people were like, man, damn, this nigga could do everything. He plays, what do you call it, troubadour. He got this new sound, a supernatural, all of these things. And then you can go for a nice, slow, easy going. And he's from the 60s with fingertips. And now here he is singing freaking country better than who was to be Garth Brooks. So, yeah, the word was, I don't know what other country musician didn't like him or had an issue with it, but it was like, no, you can't be doing everything. I can't. I mean, hey, don't quote me here. I could be very wrong. I don't know if it was Ronnie Millsap or what. I don't, but I know somebody wasn't grooving with it. And his response was to make this song, and he sounded the song like in how he was singing. You gonna say, hey, wait, he sounded almost like I thought it was like Ronnie Millsap. Don't talk about don't now cars, and I was like, so he won an award, and of course, since then, it wasn't the same. Then he got too soft, right? With the I just called to say I love you. I think that was a little too soft. I think that's when he was soft and that. Well, he didn't make much after that, right? And then he sang with who was it? Paul McCartney, Ebony and Ivory. Like, ugh. And then we had the mid '80s with all those, what do you say, team up musicians, right? Whether it be for Africa or whether it be for AIDS or whether it be for whatever the thing was at the time, right? We don't do that anymore. We didn't have, you notice the whole Corona thing happened. We should have at least had one, you know, song for coronavirus, right? We never had that, you know. Anyway, we had other songs though promoting other shit, but we don't have no, Anyway, so this is a basic. Anyways, with that rambling I just did, you can actually go and take a, I hope you were able to at least read a bit and see what was going on here. But throughout that, you see 6 degrees of separation. Sorry. I'm just gonna take it up a bit. Just take it a little. Let's rewind here. Okay, so we're still friends. Okay, so Jazzy J on this business, yeah. So Smith spent money freely around 1988-89 and underpaid his income taxes. You know what? I feel you because we didn't learn how to deal with our money. Even when I was getting into the acting and made money, we didn't know. We didn't have mentors that did that shit. That was part of the problem. Today, we still don't know, I think, right? Because that's why you still have artists and rappers getting blasted up and down the street. They don't know. They don't know what they don't read their contracts, all of this stuff. We hear about it, the kernels of truth, but no, it's just a conspiracy. It's just good music, right? So they tell you in the suburbs. Okay, so the IRS eventually assessed a 2.8 million tax debt against Smith. So a lot of the times with tax thing, just like Wesley Snipes, right? We know now that he tried to do the Black Panther under Project Zorro, and anyway, it just fell apart. And guess what happened? He got screwed for his taxes, and he even got put in jail. Holy crap! What actor ended up going to jail for tax? Like we can't get a break. That's why you see Wesley's messed up now. He actually looked really gaunt. I saw him at a picture of him going to the academies. He looked he got thin, wearing those like tights and the shorts and the Sonic shorts or whatever, because it had what do you call it? An apron. Yeah, he don't. Anyway, whatever, right? But this is an example of if it's not your money, we have to learn maybe to do something with it if they let us do something with it. Because a lot of us will say, well, how come the rappers never put money into us? You know what? They can't. They can't do it. Why? Because the people giving them the money. You think with billions and even $1 billion niggas out there, you really think they could easily say, you know what? And I'll tell you, the first thing we need is we would need our own. I'm not condoning violence, but you got to protect your people. Just like the Italians did when I was growing up. Oh, they protected me. you know, and just like like yeah, you gotta have that, right? Most people have that. The Irish have that. Everybody. So we haven't been allowed to have that for over 30 years, especially after the Black Panther thing and that civil rights thing. That by the time gangs came into the fold, by throughout the, let's say the 70s gang, that was another ball game, right? Because the 70s was lots of murders, but the 80s styles gang came with a culture, a pop culture that infested every child growing up, particularly in the United States, and of course, breezing through Canada and Europe or anywhere else that had black people, except I would even think Africa. You know that? Africa, like they're down with hip hop, but you know, for the longest time, a lot of countries outside of like the state, not everybody was down with it. Only maybe because of Will Smith. Look, you know, you had the Ukrainian guy or whatever, give him a kiss and he slapped him, box him in, you know, lightly. Like, yeah, because they knew about it. So can you imagine? You've never seen a nigga on TV do anything smart except Arnold Jackson, but now you have Will Smith, Carlton, right? Vivian or whatever, whoever, you know, and his friends. That's who we are today, right? Now I heard about the new Fresh Prince. Yeah, well, you know, if it's not from us or we're not part of it, what do you expect it to be? It's going to be something that not even nobody can like will relate to what's happening today. But what I'm saying is they would be able to relate, but initially, right? I can already tell that this is going to go like it's not. It's more drama than the comedy show. So you can expect people to go south. You can expect. I already heard the uncle is kind of got issues with shady, which is okay, right? Because it's not a comedy. But eh, eh, aren't you tired of having other folks tell us how to fucking be, who we are, how we're supposed to look, how we supposed, because that's what it's done for. And the media now today that we have been included more so after even 2000, after Janet's ripped breast, right? And the rap culture, oh, yeah. And those young suburban kids growing up with that is how they see each and every one of us. Just like I've been hearing kids writing in saying, asking their parents that uncomfortable question: Why are all black guys so violent? Like he's got a point. It's almost embarrassing because you know what? We hear it all the fucking time, and here we are, 20, 30 years later. Two dates of when all shit was going breaking loose in the 60s. Here we are, slap. Oh, because you spoke with my girl. That's so, like, give me a break. White people don't even, like, they do worse. They say, meet me outside, cash me outside, be a gentleman. The fact that we have people saying, well, I would, you know what, I would have done this if this was my girl. Shut up. You wouldn't have done shit. You would have been arrested too, if not. And even if you're Will Smith, you know what? You don't have no right. It's the first in the history of all those precious white people I just showed you earlier, right? Mary Pickford, all those people, all those, Canadian Negroes out there who came out from the woods and the boons, right? Nova Scotia, right? They went, they would have, nah. The heaviest thing that the Oscars saw was a streaker. And this bro, after, right, we go and, after all of that, after everything, after all those years, his moment and everybody's moment ruined by, oops, I don't know. Some people are saying, he got some ritual like thing to do, and then it's like maybe some chip in his brain. The wife probably influenced it, all kinds. But either way, you can't make that shit up, right? People will make fun of couples. That's part of the gig. That's part of comedy. That's what I'm saying. Comedy's dead now, right? Because we have a younger generation who don't have the stomach to handle anything. That's just the facts. Okay, you can't handle. You cry at them. You complain. You have too many. The Charter of Rights gave us so much freedom, and then so much. It became biased. It worked against us because now we're so free. There's no limit. and there's no limit for the enemy to take advantage of that. So, you know, so he learned, though, he learned. He turned down the role of Neo in favor of Wild Wild West. You see, when that came out, I was like, nah, I didn't like that film. And that's when I saw things were getting weird. He was redeemed by Men in Black, but by then, yeah, and then mixing it up with the rap, movies and rap, black suits coming, right? Na 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 na. Yeah, I mean, yeah, really, that voice was good. If anything, why? Because it's nice to see that you could do something all the way back to the 1995 and come back in 2003 and then come back in 2020 last year. That is beautiful because that's a nice way of seeing how we can progress and we can mature, whether it be in character or and right persona acting. Don't know if he's going to get this one because they said they were going to try and do a sequel, right? I don't know. But the fact that that happened, that slap that was heard around the world, not since Sidney Poitier slapped that white guy back in his movie, right? That literally, that was, I would say, the Afro legacy 9/11. That's what that is. That's the Afro legacy 9/11. Any black actor, right? And white, but basically we're talking about here, who worked so hard in all of our lives to get to this rising moment, which how many bros won a freaking Academy Award as Best Actor? And in our generation, he was the, I mean, it could have been me, it could have been many of us who wanted that. Heck, Cuba Gooding got, what was it, Best Supporting, I think? And look what happened to him. We can't have nice things, bro. Look at that. Blockbusters and critical news. So already they got that, and everything that comes around, they're gonna be kicking them like that. Suicide Squad, the same thing. And I guess that's probably part of it, right? Because I feel that many people didn't expect him to be so good in King Richard. So yes, maybe he put himself in that, what we call method acting mentality. Not to say that that's how the Williams father was, but some I've heard that people take it, and then when they're done with the film, they kind of get crazy. Like I heard that happened with Jim Carrey when he did Andy Kaufman, right? I didn't like him too much. Andy Kaufman is an actor. Long story short, comedian. He was in a show called Taxi, and yeah, he died quickly and out of the blue. You don't know what happened. He disappeared. He's just one of those guys, right? Who knows? Maybe he became a politician. I always think that, sometimes when the people who die, right? Like, they call this the conspiracy. Like, what's his name? Uh, uh, Not Newt Gingrich, the one who died recently, and people were saying it's Jim Morrison, right? It's like, well, no. However, we don't know, right? We don't know. I can't think of the name right now. Newt Ging? No, not Newt Gingrich. I'll get back to it anyway. But you know what I'm talking about, right? So we don't know. Or let's say David furnished Princess Diana, probably, no, highly likely no. Where's the kernel of truth? We don't know, right? Rush Limbaugh, that's it. Rush Limbaugh, right? Apparently he's supposed to be, people were saying for a while, he's Jim Morrison. And here's the thing, I would say highly likely not, but when he died, I was like, oh, Jim Morrison died today, because they're almost clone-like. Same thing like Tyler Hawkins, right? I was like, oh, Kurt Cobain passed again. Maybe he survived, right? Maybe he got like they did some arrangement, made him get what you call plastic surgery. That shit's real. It's not a joke. They could do that. They've been doing that since the war, right? So maybe there's like, oh, he got deep shit, and you're like, okay, change your face. Yeah, we'll whack you out, But hey, I'm just going off, right? I'm just going off. Don't mind me. I'm not like all conspiracy and all that. I just like to like I say, find the kernel of truths. If you say something, right? If you're what you call a liar, what you call a word, psychopathic liar, or uh, there's the thing when you lie so much, right? That word's not just coming to my head now, right? But if you're that kind of person, right? Like is it the term psychopathic liar? No, not psychopathic liar. It's yeah, that's where I guess we're gonna probably wrap it up shortly because my mind says it's gonna be a little tired and I'm going with the planets on this. But yeah, definitely. Just coming back to all of this, right? We see that Hollywood is still an illusion and it's full of dreams. So when you have folks that have a chance in our generation, look, even Guy Ritchie, he's like our age. He did, he had his minute, and then okay, that was it. But it's up for grabs now, right? It's all up for grabs now. I could take it over. You can take it over. A Gen Y and a Gen X could take it over. The difference is, can you run it with us properly, right? Uh, so there you go. Look at this guy. I grew up loving Mork and Mindy because I am exclusively a Happy Days International Happy Days fan and member. So I know my Happy Days, all right, and I know my Gary Marshalls and Miller Boyett. Hey, Uncle Bob, this family, right? So this guy, when he came in and did Mork, I was like, wow, I love the Fonz. I still, hey, Henry is my bull, yeah. But then look at him. This guy, he blew off everybody. All those guys, the Franz and Henry and Ron, and they never knew that this guy was gonna. And you know how he got his thing? It was Gary Marshall's son that said, "I want to try something." We called it high concept. I'm telling you, I know my shit. We called it high concept comedy. High concept comedy. Unlike what it was in the '60s, like Genie and Bewitched, high concept was really like, okay, let's bring it up even higher, right? American's Greatest Hero, Mork and Mindy, crossovers. So it was Gary's son that said, "Hey, let's bring in a guy from outer space." And then this guy comes in. Apparently, he got the role by coming in, and he says, "Take a seat." The first way he takes a seat is how we know Mark Mork would do it, which is to sit backwards with like his head on the on the seat. So he's sitting on his head basically, and his butt's up, so his butt is facing you. Fast forward, this guy does every big film. Good Morning Vietnam. He took off from there, right? And then only to commit suicide. What do you remember about him? We could say we miss him, but it's been a while now, right? Robin McLaurin Williams. This guy was Mork from Mork, and now he was, and then a Shakespearean classic actor, and doing all kinds. And he was, and then he just, wow, you know. And it was like all that, and I'm sure when he started, and he was with Belushi and those guys too, eh? He used to roll with Belushi. He actually was chilling with Jim Belushi before he died or he OD'd, and he had many problems with drinks and things, and he was very well known. How did that happen, right? Well, lo and behold, in his life, we know that he comes from a military, rich money, old money family, right? At the end of the day, rest his soul. He was, but as it happened, I started to say, and that's when I started to realize, you know what, we, buying into these idols, and we like their films, but yeah, they're only human, right? Look, so he wrote a memoir, The Subtle Art, with Mark Manson, the author of Subtle Art of Not Giving a Fuck, was published on November 2021 and promoted with a tour. So his memoir, Will, was written by this guy. Okay. And it was published. And come on with the door, the book. How come he can't write? You know what? I heard a lot of these bros, like I said, no disrespect, but because of how they create them, a lot of them don't even read. That I've heard that. The kryptonite joke. Yeah. So anyway, but I was like, you could write, man. All right. The book is a journey of self-knowledge, recalling childhood traumas, his relationship with his father, and his experiences with who? Oh, okay. Ayahuasca, a psychoactive brew used both socially and as ceremonial spiritual medicine. Hmm. So is it possible that maybe, I don't know, because obviously he was not. Nah, it's either he was being his real self that night or what. But when he was crying up on the stage, I was like, oh no, good lord, what's going on? You just ruined it. Not totally, but it's good. This, you know what's good about this? This will be the beginning of what we know will be coming, the breakdown of the industry. You put a bro in to produce, right? Will Packer. Now Will is saying, oh, he told him to stay. He told him, that's black. That's pure, like we just say, pure black commerce. All this commerce. What's all this confusion? But I get it because it was a hard. Had he arrested him and kicked him out and all that, it still would have been bad. It might have saved his face even more, but it would have looked bad for a while. Any other actor trying to get a black best actor, because they were already putting down King Richard. They were already putting down the father of Venus and Serena. They were already doing that. So when he's up there, he didn't even have enough time to thank properly, like what they used to do, God, right? He didn't know, oh, God. No, they don't do that in Hollywood since maybe a while now, right? Didn't thank no, like, it was really about him, and it was really just a breakdown he was having. So anyway, he won an up for the performance. So this is what they're saying. He won the Academy Award, Golden Globe. On top of that, right? You win a fucking Golden Globe. Like even then, that would have been worth saying. You know what? Let it go. Like I said, there've been couples. What's his name? Harvey Bardier and Penelope Cruz. They were ripping them. They taken like look like not like like this is when black people say look white people look Latin people. They're laughing and they're like let's have a drink later, bro. I like that joke, man. Yeah, you're okay because we're classy. We're classy. We don't do shit like that. You touch my girl, well, my girl gonna beat you up. You get it? And look at that. So I didn't even know this. I mean, I did hear about the Golden Globe, right? Now, how the fuck you gonna be able to keep any of this shit, bro? After you fucking slap somebody in the face. Most people don't even get, most white actors don't even get this, plus the Emmys, plus the what they call Epcot. They don't get that. He got knocked out three award, Academy, Golden Globe. That doesn't always come together. Usually, like if you get it, yes, it means that. But he knocked out all three, black bro, and only to go up and slap. Well, he might lose that shit now, right? Because as I was mentioning with Will Packer, right? He could have played it two ways. He could have said, well, you know what? We'll give him an after Oscar, right? That didn't happen for the sake of, well, yes, we don't need to see black people losing their mind, like getting kicked out at the same time. Nah, that would have been too much. So somehow, but they were intimidated. They said, hey, stay, that's what it was. He was intimidated. So if he was intimidated now, or I mean, the academy wasn't being intimidated. He intimidated the academy, right? Because they didn't kick him out. Now, this is where things get weird. This is where we can say it's fake, it's real, it's not, yada yada. Every camera angle got us laughing on the side. They got the close up of him telling him off, all like in time. But once again, maybe it was other influences. So maybe part of it was let's set up a skit, and then the skit went really bad. like really like a ghost from the freaking past of Hollywood, one of those crazy, killing kids actors, right? What was it? What was his name? I can't remember nothing tonight. But you have days like that. Um, there's this well-known actor who, like, I don't know, murdered a woman, I think, and yeah, not too long ago he got messed up, right? So anyway, I digress. But something happened, obviously, and wasn't something natural. So look at this. On February 2022, February 7th, Nat Geo announced that Smith would star in a series titled Pole to Pole, which would stream on Disney. Well, I don't know. Disney's going pretty rock and roll these days, so maybe they will take them back. I don't know. A trek from the South Pole to the North Pole. So, even to do all of this shit, how do you lose your cool like that? Yeah, this is about his life and his kids. Nothing special. This business, of course. I mean, you have to remember, next to him, he's not the only one that was like that. Let me school you about Elizabeth Taylor and Richard Burton. Now, Elizabeth Taylor was marrying all kind of, like, how many times she get married? Richard Burton was a major alcoholic, right? And so they would break up and fight, and they eventually split, right? And she ended up marrying more guys. But the whole point is they were always out there. They were out there, and people was ragging them left, right, and center. She would even laugh and say, I'm on my seventh marriage and all that. Like I said, like Joan Rivers, right? Like if we were really, bare knuckled, ready to bust a fight with bare knuckles without using weapons like today, right? So yeah, so his grandmother helped him spiritually, a spiritual teacher, right? So he was preyed upon, but then he switched up. He performed the Hindu rite Abhisheka, okay, religious site of Lord Shiva, all right? And he also performed RT. It's a Hindu religious, really. So he did a few, and I guess that's good. But and Indian astrology, oh, right? Spend time with this guy, yoga, right? Heartfelt, and he goes and slap about another black guy like that. So no, all right. He's down with Barack. We knew, and yeah, look at this. Look at this quote. He's been cited as one of the greatest actors of his generation by several publications. So they say so, right? Groundbreaking success, right? Coonin and buffooning. And then from music, because all of us have to do music, especially now rap, not even sing a proper note, like we never knew how to carry a voice, right? Has influenced multiple rappers to become actors. Oh, good Lord. That's when you know, right? Because multiple rappers, they don't even have to, like, it's like multiple rockers. No, that doesn't sound right. Multiple jazz. No, multiple castratos. Whatever you want to say. No, it's multiple rappers, multiple niggas to become actors, with him being cited as a pioneer for the rappers crossing over. Yeah, well, that probably wasn't the smartest thing. Yeah, best music rap video. So really, he did take a piece and represent us for those 30 years. And it's ironic because it's kind of like the same thing like Cosby, right? Like by the end of, like, okay, he pulled that thing in the 70s. They hated him after that, right? But he was still able to work. He got a little maybe too big headed and said he tried to buy NBC from some people who were just not cool and still are not cool. He probably should have picked up the signs on that. See, a lot of young people say black people don't try. We didn't try and we dropped the ball. We did. It's just that that was the beginning. They tried to dismantle us from getting any power. And since then, especially today, like the rappers, they say, oh, we can do, you know what? We, like I said, we can just get a nice militia, make sure that we have a nice bunch of people to protect the communities, right? Water down that whole gang thing, right? Like how everybody else do it, right? And then progress from there. But the damage has kind of been done. So we have to separate the weeds from the tares. We have to get rid of those blacks who are Nazis. Yes, we have black Nazis who are conditioned, right? Stop home to be Nazis. Yeah, like it didn't happen to me, but like I said, when you grew up in an area, I knew some bros. They were like white, cool fun, and racist, like a real dick, not like white, but no, we're talking. They had that. You'd be like, man, it's like a spirit in you. They talk to you like they give you like, oh, they hate you. They hate you worse than a white racist. There's some. So once again, when white people say, well, blacks can be racist too, yeah, they could, but not against you. Not the same way that they could be against us, because they already hate themselves. We can't really be racist against you because, well, you hold our money. How you so you what? We did that. Look what they do. Look what they do. Even if you have money, by your ignorance, right? So Smith later launched his acting career, The Fresh Prince of Bel Air. Look, the show's success is considered to be a watershed moment for hip hop and black television, with many publications referring to it as the greatest sitcoms of all time. Yeah, I mean, I won't disagree, right? Because it was the first time we saw a bro and a family after the Jeffersons, after, the Drummonds, right? On the Different Stroke, apart from Facts of Life, after The White Shadow, it was refreshing. But, and I have to admit, yeah, there were, this kind of show like with my family I could look at. I was being a little hard, but uh, only maybe during the holidays. If I was at my family and it was on, yeah, sure. Winter time, yeah, sure, it's on. When I was in college, okay, I'm on holiday. I have time to catch it. I'll catch it. It's 5 o'clock. It's 5 p.m. Right? It took over the Happy Day slot, so that's okay. But look what it brought it. Look where it brought us today. We can't blame it all on them. Okay, I'm just saying that we have to really understand how things are created to be the way they are today. And what are the steps that we can do by learning about this, how we can critically look in the future, even now with legacy television. Again, we were on legacy news, right? Now, New Black Media. Okay, now we know that, let's say, if we were to have folks in New Black Media who make money, would they help us? Will they help others? Because none of these people can do it. They're under control. The people who pay them say, you cannot do that, but you can do this. Or they'll give you a kernel of truth to say, like, do something sincere, because maybe they are sincere too, those people, but they're like, you already have a system, don't fuck it up. Don't, the old expression, if it works, don't tinker it, right? Right? If it works, don't mess it up. That Hollywood is a lot like that. Movies are made like that, right? If it isn't broken, don't fix it. That is the mantra of Hollywood. So if you can imagine that if it isn't broken to sell gangs, they're not gonna fix it overnight, right? They work on negativity. Let me finish this here before we move on. The show's success is considered to be a watershed moment for hip hop. Yeah. Um, Professor Andrew Horton stated Smith's genre of comedy popularized on sitcom Fresh Prince of Bel Air translated well into commercial box office appeal. The Fresh Prince watered down and capitalized upon the then growing popularity of hip hop. And, of course, I would say the young people like myself and younger, and almost anticipated its dominance on the American scene. Moreover, author Willie Oliver noted what the Fresh Prince did accomplish was to put Smith and his character Will into an environment of affluence and possibility. thus changing the terms of his own black identity. This social and cultural mobility is central to Smith's racial significance, and this will become evident again and again. He moves the image of the black male into unaccustomed spaces, just as Smith himself was in the process of conquering Hollywood. So there you go. I mean, that says a lot, right? Oh, look, they got it. They nailed it. Look at that. You just saw this page with me, right? Did they just put this in? I think they just put it in live. No? Well, it's in now. Look, the Will Christmas. There you go, with the picture, right? Batman and Robin, right? So now this is what's up during the 94th. Here we go on the date. Da, 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 da. Joked with his wife, shaved head, with a reference to the film G.I. Jane. Smith then returned to his seat. Rock joked about his wife, yeah. And yelled to Rock twice. Look at this, forever printed, saying, "Keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth." Quote for quote. Later that night, Smith was named Best Actor and apologized and all the nominees, but not to Rock. Look at that. They didn't even say that, even though he did later, in which he appealed to God. See, he didn't thank God. He appealed to God, calling on him to do crazy things in the name of love. I don't know what God he's talking about. Do crazy things in the name of love was described as dangerous, self-serving cant by the British magazine. Yeah, and the partial standing ovation. Yeah, well, anyways, they will do that, right? They will cheer us on for that. That's the whole thing. They will cheer us on and say, "Yes, you slapped the fuck out of that fucking." Yeah, well, sorry, but that's how they go. Even though they were smiling, I'm sure some of them were like, "Yeah, finally, that'll teach you for doing a black Oscar with a black producer and having a black host, and then having a black, King Richard playing a black guy who did something positive for his black family, right? No, 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 yeah, we're for that." Even though there's, right? That's at least how I saw it, right? Medical condition. Well, you remember Lucy O'Ball and Desi Arnaz? Same thing. You couldn't, what? You thought Lucy would have gone up and slapped somebody? Betty White, rest her soul, just died not even a year. She ain't even cold. She's probably still around for all we know, right? She would have bitch slapped anybody. Like what? I would have. You know what? Will Smith probably would have done that to her. Who knows? Keep my wife's name out of your fucking mouth, Betty. Yeah, well, fuck you. Let me come down there and fuck you up. Betty, will it? And this is the thing. Nobody like. Okay, so he stayed. He got the award. If anything, that's when he should have been kicked out. Not stay for no party. I saw the clips. I saw him singing, and you know what I thought? The first thing that came through my mind when I saw him singing na 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 and all that, and swinging and taking pictures and all that, I looked at it and I said, "This is probably the end of that Will Smith career as we know it now." I saw that. I saw his life career like Fresh Prince, uh, the degrees of stuff. I saw all of it. Bad Boy. I saw his life career flash before him. He was singing, and it's like, this is a send off. This is it. Yeah, yeah. I got my Oscar. This is it. This is the end of the sellout. Maybe this is the end of the coon. Maybe I don't know. But it was like, to me, it looked like that. It looked, because even the fact that he was still there, he probably knew, like, this is overdoing it. So goodbye, everybody. I'm gonna sing one of my hits. He was singing one of his hits, right? Like for old time's sake, and it was like a wrap up. It was literally like a wrap up, like a finale, right? Thank you very much for joining the Generation X Will Smith show. Na, 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 and I'm gonna wrap like I did one more time before we move on to the next level. That's what I saw, but I don't know how that level's gonna be because, yeah, right. So I'm not gonna stay on forever here because it's now 3:27, April 1st, 2022, April Fool's now. That happened last week. Let's take a quick look here. So Jada Corinne Pinkett Smith. Corinne Pinkett Smith. Born September 18th. So it's 3 days after me, 1971. So she's a few years younger than me. American actress, known for a different world. Yep, that's where she started. Okay, family. You get it now? Now we all learn how to do it, eh? Now you know how to use Wiki. Don't worry too much about all the, because who writes this stuff, right? Look for where they come from and then pick from there, and then you can look on everything. So, born in Baltimore, Maryland. I heard this is like a really tough city, eh? I didn't know that. They've been around since 18, yeah. Like, someone was telling, I was reading about it. He said, it's tough. It's tougher than Detroit. Like, what? Jada Pinkett Smith was named after her mother's favorite soap opera actress, Jada Rowland. Okay, she is of Jamaican and Bajan. Jamaican Bajan. Yeah. Okay, that's some real roots there. Descent on her mother's side, and African American on her father. Right? So West Indian and African American. Okay, so yeah, we would have seen her at Carnaval, and she would have been on one of those hot, for our time, one of those hot, young ladies, young, for our time, young girls that we would have wanted to go out with, right? She would have been like, wow, check that, oh yeah, Oh yeah, by the way, back then, like black relationships were way tighter. Even though we had the jungle fever in the late 90s, yes, it was way tighter to see a sister and a brother together. But that's going to be another show. I'm going to talk about how that should happen. Really, it was because of hip hop. That's really why we are where we are today, right? I blame it all on hip hop. Don't tell me otherwise. You can say, oh, hip hop is a shut up. Stick around a little longer and maybe learn something about jazz. I hate jazz, right? But I don't hate all of it. Like it's not my favorite thing, but I won't vomit and I won't treat it like poison. I even got into classical. I like Moliere, like, yeah, it's okay. Mahler, right? I like it. I like it. Joseph Mahler, yeah. There's nothing wrong with that. Remember, like even a few years ago, we had some bros playing the violin. Remember? Whatever happened to those guys? In Montreal, we had a guy named Bad News Brown. Okay, and the Montreal's gangster now. It's just as bad as the Bronx, right? In some degree. And this guy, Bad News Brown, he did that. He's the one who did that. I would say a remix on the what do you call the harmonica, right? Pathological liar. There you go. I was looking for that earlier. Sorry, you just came. I was like the liar, liar. Pathological liar. Yes. So we have pathological. Okay. So before I forget, yeah. So we did at least for what it was. We would have been down and cool with each other because before the hip hop thing happened, and even up until when the slow jams happened, that created more babies, right? But just before, like, hey, Joseph Mahler music, yeah, I like it. I'm not crazy about all the classical. Gustav Mahler, sorry. I'm not crazy about all, kind of classical, but yeah, it's not gonna kill you. And we had bros who were into that. Piano players, chess players. No, we don't even know where they are. They're probably in jail. Because folks saw that and said, no, 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 no. They're gonna kick our asses anyway. So we forgot how to sing. No disrespect, Beyonce and all of them. After when I saw the band, the girl bands, right? Destiny's Child and what was it? SW whatever. I forget. It's a long time. It's showing my age here, But all of that, I for me, even being a DJ, I knew a lot of the singing wasn't. I mean, I was spoiled. I'm sorry. I was spoiled with Diana Ross. I was spoiled with Donna Summer. So by the time this young kid came on, and she's like in that age group now, right? Maybe younger, right? For me, it was like, who is this? Destiny Child? Yeah, like okay, they're not the Supremes, no, right? And then when you have the Waterfalls girls, right? And all that. And when that happened, We're like, because the it was kind of, I would say, monotonous, right? The way they were singing, and then no scrubs. Oh boy, well that's salt and pepper. Let's talk about sex. I remember the date I heard that. 19, I was in college, 19 what? 90, 90, 89. And I heard Let's Talk About Sex on my Walkman, and I was like, holy fuck, we actually now say sex. So we've come from being a virgin in 1990 or 1981, 82 to Let's Talk About Sex between you and me in 1989, right? So 1989, Public Enemy. Yes, we knew that was the best and the last of it. Okay? Oh, I remember those days. The 90s was really rough. It was rough. It was like if we can turn back time what we knew now, well, we can still do it now, but we just gotta make sure that we share the ball with you. So yeah, so this is let's see who she. Okay, so on the father's side, her parents are Adrian Banfield Jones, the head nurse of a Baltimore inner city clinic, and Rob Salpinka Jr., who ran a construction company. So they're very, we could maybe say middle class, blue collar, I guess, right? And what? Okay, wait, I gotta check something here. And Robbie Salpinka Jr. ran a construction company. Banfield Jones, who, okay, that's not the name of the mother, who during the 2010s became Adrian Banfield Norris, became pregnant in high school. The couple married but divorced after several months. Banfield Jones raised Pinkett with the help of her own mother, right? Marion Martin Banfield. I love it in those days, a lot of men had, like a lot of those names mixed with, both gender. Marion Martin, Carol Joe, right? So that was her mother. So that's her grandmother, a Jamaican-born social worker, right? Banfield noticed her granddaughter's passion, and there you go. That's how it started, right? And her mother got married to wedding to Paul Jones, a telecommunications executive. So this happened, and Pinkett Smith has shown great admiration for her grandmother, saying, "My grandmother was a doer who wanted to create a better community and add beauty to the world." Yeah, like most of our grandmothers, that's why the whole vilification of black women that I see, yeah, that's part of the system, bro. Don't fall into that. Don't believe that shit. All right, it is different, yes, but that's only by design. You could still change. You could. You could be warriors. You could be owner. All it takes is for you punks to wake up, cut your deals with the devil, meaning like gangs, right? We know who your bosses are. It's no black people. You got to cut from that, right? You got to be able to say, okay, when it comes to this whole, you know, gender sex thing, you know what? We should not give a shit. We should be all down with each other because that's how it was before it was bamboozled into making you think it's different. We had trans people. I told you that in the last one with Marsha P. Henson, right? So this is where we can just make it happen because shit's falling apart now. And what happened on that stage is a part of it. We're seeing it. We're seeing this is Amos and Andy. That's Amos and Andy, but 2022, and Amos and Andy are saying it's done. We're done. We're gonna be men. We're gonna break this shit up. We're breaking up. We're breaking it up now, right? Because we've always been playing nice to each other, anyways, right? So she met Tupac. Him. He's one who his even though his mom was a activist, he went to a really good school. He went to like prestigious stuff, right? Like we would have said, hoity-toity, artsy fartsy, and he was artsy fartsy. And him being born in 1971, once again, being the most influential rapper, everything that he was a persona. It was created, right? By the time he popped on the scene 1993, 4, 5, the muscles. You couldn't see a guy running around naked. The only people did that stuff, like I mean, without a t-shirt, was rock stars, right? No black man. Nobody was loving any black man to see the black naked, chest outside. That wasn't no, no, no. That's why I'm saying this stuff was like day and night. But for the night to come around, it took a little time. It wasn't overnight, but it happened day and night. If you look at old interviews of him, you will see him talking like this, and I'm not ribbing him. I'm just saying that's like most of we know bros like that. Next thing you know, he's all pumped up. He's got tattoos. Like black people didn't even have that much tattoos then. That was something that came in with the '90s, right? And now I see a lot of young people. Fuck, they tatted up more than like the banditos, fuck, or some shit like that, right? In respect to what I'm saying here, right? And they're probably part of them, right? So we ended up kind of regressing, but now we're regressing in a sort of, I guess, maybe even like for the white vices, thus the gangs, right? Because they don't own it. So when Tupac came, yeah, it was all right. But like I said, most of us, not most, but a good amount of us, we're like, well, it's not that the music was bad. We liked the beats. We're down with all of that. But we're like, when we started to see suburban kids get into it, and they started to dress like that, and they started to take everything, every niggerism, like I say, engine niggering, right? That's what I call it, engine niggering, by engineered to be a nigger. He put that out there, right? She put that out there because he was known to be very artsy fartsy. So when me knowing that, because we knew that like when we were kids, that image wouldn't have passed. So we knew by default with the colors and everything, we're like, wow, this is Hollywood. And by the time the music, like the Machiavelli and all of this came out, by that time, we're like, ooh, it's cool, but how the fuck are these guys getting record deals? Right? How is it that and everybody's liking it? Black, you know what? I would tell you a lot of bros were not. We listened to it, but it was at least in Canada, it was the friends. It was the French kids who were like, "Hey man, j'ai du bon Tupac. Hey man, j'ai du Biggie. Yo, it's the big." I remember even folks like biker guys who were trying to talk like uh wait, hold on. DMX. Yeah, there was a minute that was a trend. You had like biker, and this by this time the biker guys, this time like 2009, late '90s, they adopted the b-boy look. You don't see no more bikers like the long. That shit was out, pretty much. And their kids who grew up with us in their 20s. Thus, then you saw the Limp Bizkit style, and then you saw that style. Those are bikers. That yeah, a lot of them, yeah, they got the patches and they got baseball cap. They're busting kicks, Timberlands, white guys, right? All because of Machiavelli. Now, if he was around now, do you think he would still be like this? Do you think he might have been the one up on the stage on the Oscars, maybe even getting an Academy Award, and then going up and slapping somebody for Jada? Hey, we don't know. Maybe. Because by now he wouldn't be the same as he was back in those days. You see, we grew up, for fuck's sakes. He's going to be forever immortalized for my generation as the B-boy. So we could be 57, we could be 60, but with this image still around as an influence and as a whatever, right? Pop culture hero, whatever you want to call him, right? Pros and cons. It's not the same like Jimi Hendrix. That's all I'm saying, right? And they still whacked him too. So we got through that. So she met and became, yeah, with Tupac. When she met Shakur, she was a drug dealer. So, of course, according to the timeline, that makes sense, right? That would be just when most of us had no choice. Her mother had been a heroin addict. What? Since when? Wait a minute. We didn't see any of that over here, but that happened, right? Crack happened. And that was the worst, I would say, coup on our community. When crack came around, and of course, this was a lit by the late 80s, well, there you go, right? And it became cool even to smoke crack for white kids. So then by the time you had those, like, I'm only using it just to set an example of the timeline, right? The Limp Biscuit years, those kids were, yeah, right? So problems everywhere. Everybody has problems, but you know what? When it comes to the top grade, they have even more problems sometimes. Yeah, she was in Doogie Howser, right? So she must have been like a real young kid then, because if she might have been 1989. So 1989. So Doogie Howser, she would be uh yeah, in her teens. 21 Jump Street, yeah. Okay. And eventually, yeah, she was that replacement for what's her name? Zoe Kravitz. And look at how that works, right? So it kind of like I was hearing all these names. Zoe Kravitz, right? The daughter of Lisa Bonet, right? Pinkett Smith, right? Next thing you know, Will slaps Chris. Sidney Poitier, Heat of the Night. Bruce Willis having his he has now they say he's going to retire from acting, right? Demi Moore, GI Joe, GI Jane, GI Jane joke, Demi Moore, Demi Moore, Bruce Willis is ill. See how all of that, like, and you can say, oh, it's because of no coincidence. Listen, a lot of things are not by coincidence. At least in a place that makes up lives with dreams. I'm just putting them together. I'm just like these are the names that did come up in the news, right? Those people somehow are all interrelated somehow in the storyline. That's all I'm saying. Okay, so yeah, we see rise to prominence. It was the Nutty Professor. Yeah, that's probably what did it. And by the time all these people came around, she was in WK. If I'm correct, Dana Elaine Owens, Queen Latifah, right? If I'm correct, I could be very wrong. Let me double check here. Because I'm thinking she was on WKRP, right? Is that possible? Let me just. She's got a good portfolio, right? Let's see, 1991. No, 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 no. All right, I thought she was in because they did a remake and there was a another black character. I thought it was her, but she's been around for a minute. But she started like she picked up steam in the late 80s too, right? Look, 1991, and she started in films and she started rapping. I didn't really follow her, to be honest with you. But she started, like we see, she started actually the other way around. So she started acting and then ended up rapping. Is that how that happened? Okay, let me go back here. Uh, I'm not gonna stay long. Rita LeMay. She was born 1970. What? Okay, yeah. She began beatboxing. See, Ladies Fresh, Flavor Unit, right? Crew of MCs, Gemini, Fab Five Freddy, right? So that's where she started. And then we had Ice Cube. He was already an old man. He's already in his not old Ice Cube, but Ice T, right? He's like what, almost 60, but he was also, and then Ice Cube, right? And then we had Little Kim. Those years came around, right? And then forget about it. So yeah, so that's you know, and all these people, LL's from our school. He was, like for a minute, he, if anything, was the cooler, better of what our generation was for rappers. And then by the time he did that album there, where I'm bad, right? Yeah, yeah, and all that. Like, yeah, like a rap, Michael Jackson style rap and all that. Yeah, I need a beat. But by then, Hollis, James Todd Smith, eh, you know, now he's on SWAT. Now Ice T is on Law and Order. You see what I'm saying, bro? Yeah, it's all good. I'm not complaining, right? All right. Okay, Don Cheadle. All these people, all these names, all of us in one generation. Where are we today? This is where we are. She formed a metal band. It's true. I remember she had a metal band one year. Metal band. You see what I'm saying? A metal band. So she wasn't even playing off that hip hop. A lot of you see, it's really like that's what it is. Even the rappers, would you believe? A lot of the rappers too. They're probably not even to the own music. See, I listened to all kinds of metal as a kid, Metallica, Guns N' Roses. I would always look, yeah, okay, that's cool. No judgment. At least she's real. She's real about it, right? Yeah, I remember. Yeah, she had that band for a minute. Yeah. So I'm just scrolling through because you guys can see this, and we're just about to wrap up. It's 3:49 a.m., 2022, April 1st. So yeah, so that's her story. Which brings us to this guy, Mr. Chris Rock, and then we'll wrap it up. And yes, we will continue on Sunday with the Canadian Prime Ministers and a little bit more William Payton Hubbard. We're going to learn about Black Toronto alderman. This guy was running everything in Toronto. Just when you think a brother can do it. So we're gonna do a bit of that on Sunday, yeah, because we'll easily go in overtime. And I think, yeah, we did still a few good hours. And I never got to the list of prime ministers, but that will all work for the next episode, right? Because I think I covered enough. Let's just quickly go through Chris, because actually we pretty much did a good slide. I did it the other way around. I was gonna do the politics, but I guess I got into nostalgia. So Christopher Julius Rock, born, see, February 7th, 1965. X marks the spot. That's the X, right? So those folks now are about what, 50, he's 57, right? That's older than even what those people were back then. That's older than what Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, uh, all of the Black Panthers survived. That's us. Could you imagine if we were the Black Panthers today? Well, it's not impossible. You got in fact, right? And Grandmaster Jay is going to be coming up, I believe, near the end of this month. I wish him the best. I pray that because a lot of the shit that you see is happening now, even racially, is because right now they got him kind of on lockdown because he spoke so much. So now, of course, the supremacists are like, well, we're going to turn up the heat now because, yeah, but don't think that none of us are aware. We are aware. We're woke. We just have a few people who are asleep. So, how is this guy doing? All right. He was a cast member of Saturday Night Live. Yes, down to earth. So, let's see his family. Let's dig in his life here. So, Christopher Julius Rock was born in Andrews, South Carolina. All right. Shortly after his birth, his parents moved to the Crown Heights neighborhood of Brooklyn. Oh, just a quick tip about Malcolm X. It's known that if not his parents, he was born in Montreal. See, we make you guys better be careful with me. You don't know me enough. All right, I'll give you tidbits here and there, but I'm just letting you know a lot of things happen in Montreal and Canada. This is why we're going to talk politics because we got some things to fix. So let's get back to this. So shortly after his birth, his parents moved to the Crown Heights neighborhood of Brooklyn. Good call. You could have come to Montreal, you'd be safer. A few years later, they relocated and settled in working class area of Bedford Stuyvesant. Okay, Bedford Stuyvesant. His mother, Rosalie, named Tingman, hmm, was a teacher and social worker for the mentally handicapped. His father, Julius Rock, a truck driver and newspaper deliveryman. Julius died in 1988 after ulcer. Oh, I'm so sorry. So right there, 1998, that'll do it. The loss of a parent, right? Rock is the oldest of his parents' seven children, six boys, one girl. Wow, right? So he's the ex. So by 1970, he was 5 years old. He could have been that kid in like in the Bill Cosby documentary. Then the kid was like, "Yeah, no, sir. Yeah, I'm proud." Yeah, he could have been because 1965, 1970, right? He's a few years older than me, but you're getting you. I hope you're getting to understand how our generations are not so far apart. The film might look different, right? The celluloid film that they use, the 8 millimeter, the glaring look of the old 60s, early 70s look. No, we're still here. We're here in digital. We're here online. We just look different. We look older. We look bomber, and we're woker. Not everybody, anyway. All right. A few years later, they really okay. So they did that. The father and Roxanne, yeah, the oldest, and had an older half paternal half brother. Of course, Charles Liddell Rock, who died in 2016 from alcoholism. So, stories, right? Every family. His younger brothers, Tony works, Kenny, Jordan are also in. Yeah, so the whole family's in. So he was profiled, and yeah, Cameroon, I could believe that. And Ulidimi, Cameroon, I could believe that, yeah. His great grandfather, Julius Caesar Tingman, was enslaved for 21 years before serving in the American War as part of the United States colored troops. So that says something. You see, it's those little things that give each and every one of us who have that in our family an up. It's not always, yeah, rags to riches, very rare. During the 1940s, Rock's paternal grandfather moved to South Carolina and he became a taxi cab driver preacher. Rock was bused to schools, see, right? Race integration in the United States was practice of assigning and transporting students to school within or outside their local schools districts, right? While in 1954. So this is all that. Look, this looks like it could be 19. I like figuring out. This is 1970, 71. Yeah, because they were already doing the end of the late Beatles haircuts and everybody was growing their hair long. And look, easily 70s. And this kid has a could have been a cut afro, right? Okay, so he was bused to schools in predominantly white neighborhoods of Brooklyn, which could have been tough, where he endured bullying and beatings from white students, especially if he was growing up in those late 60s and early 70s, right? It was rougher then, and then the integration kicked in at least by 1972, 3, 4. Disco made it cool. Let's just say that, right? As he grew older, the bullying worsened, and Rock's parents pulled him out of James Madison High School. This is known in Brooklyn. And he dropped out of high school altogether. He later earned a GED. All right. So another thing, yeah, Catch a Rising Star or Star Choice. Was that it? Star Choice, the with Ed McMahon, right? You remember that show? A lot of people came from that, like Whitney Houston, right? What was it? Was it Star Choice? Star Search. My bad. Star Search. Yeah, Whitney came from that. A lot of folks came from that. Ed McMahon. Oh, we're gonna have to pick on him for a minute, right? He's with Johnny Carson and all that. But that's how that started, right? So yeah, he was in Beverly Hills Cop too. Yeah, remember that? And then so I'm surprised there's not like a lot of like hard stuff. Let's see. Okay, so he's been around for a while. Stand-up success. Let's go for. Uh, I'm just gonna breeze through this, right? Because we're done. Rock is a critic of racial profiling and often speaks of everyday racism. Despite being famous, very true. I think it happened to him again. He saw that, right? See? So he's doing something with his money, right? What's this? Okay. Yeah, he likes to do his thing, like I should be doing at some point. On September 18, 20, Rock revealed that he was diagnosed with a non-verbal learning disorder. right? So he has a disorder. So maybe you could make fun of him, and I'm sure he would not run up and slap you in the head. Is a neurodevelopmental disorder characterized by core defects in visual spatial processing and the presence of intact verbal ability. Additional diagnostic criteria include average to superior verbal intelligence and deficits in visual construction abilities. Whoa, that's heavy. That sounds way heavier than alopecia. That's for sure. A neurological condition that makes it difficult to understand non-verbal social cues. Well, eureka! Maybe that was part of it, right? Maybe that was it. And maybe, Mr. Smith didn't understand that he had a disability and he couldn't take the social cue, right? Maybe he saw Jada and he thought the social cue was, oh, Chris, come on now, and just let it go. So that's Chris. But I'm surprised to see that, it looks kind of clean. Like, he don't look so, you know, and he didn't, I mean, he did an interesting body of work too, right? I liked him in the Heaven Can Wait remake, which was I don't know the title now, but I'm not going to go there. But yeah, I actually would like to see Chris do more, right? Like, I think he did some. I think he was a cop in one film, like not a cop, not like the Beverly Hills one, or not like the Mel Gibson and all that stuff. No, like something a little bit more serious. I mean, I haven't been really following any of this, right? I'll be honest. Um, but look at this, niggas versus black people. I remember that. He won an award for that, right? 1996, niggas versus black people, right? So the show was canceled a month after he arrived because he was funny. He was funny. He was funny. He still is funny. And like as we're wrapping up, that's the whole thing. Like he's part of the school of being older. He was around when Richard Pryor and all that. He's like, a lot older, like up there as much as let's say Steve Harvey. When those guys came around, I was like, who the fuck are these guys? Right? Because I'm not American, and of course, but I did hear about the Kings of Comedy. I was like, wait a minute. And of course, this is all after like practically Richard Pryor's dead, right? And all of this, all the great ones, right? And he's the king of Steve Harvey. No, never heard of him. Cedric the Entertainer. Who the fuck is that? Okay, maybe they might have been in all these other black TV shows, but nah, man, I was out. I kind of saved myself. I'm not saying it was all bad, but look what it brought us today. They actually they pulled the plug on those channels too, a long time ago, right? How many like it was like they pulled the plug, right? Fox, BET, all of that stuff. Nah, they pulled the plug on that sitcom, and then Friends came around, and then Mad About You. And I have to admit, I probably saw those shows more, but you know what? It's what it is. I have to admit, I found the writing quality a lot better in the white TV shows than the black ones. Black ones is always the same thing: fried chicken, controversy, commerce. And then I by that time I realized, even in Asian comedy, it's not that crazy. You have that in every culture, but for some reason, I don't know who's writing this. People who control the bros. We covered a lot tonight, but yeah, we can move on now, right? We can totally move on with this situation. All I can say is, it's too bad that it happened, and once again, it's gonna set us back. It's gonna sting and hurt more than we think it's going to be positive, because this is going to be the running thing. And but if they're going to take this case and bring it on for like it's going to take some time. They're going to get forensics. They're going to have to look at the footage, and at the same time, while this is all, it might seem long-winded, they're also going to pick on people. They're going to pick on the producer. So once again, black people can't have nice things, right? We all did this. We all know, yeah, look, and boom, everything ruined. And all because maybe, I feel maybe it was all because they didn't get Zelensky to do a speech because I was reading that this was something they were really trying to do and make happen. They wanted to get Volodymyr Zelensky on as to give him some screen time and make this thing happen. There was a big thing about that. What's his name? Sean Penn said he was going to boycott, right? Amy Schumer was asking. So Will Packer said, no, 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 we can't, divert that because. So in hindsight, maybe that was kind of a, insider revenge for that because they were really, and these people, when they're pushing for something and a narrative and you don't do it, right? And what, you're a black producer? You think you're somebody? Oh, yeah. Oh, we'll show you. Right. That's why when she came back on stage and made that comment, oh, what did I miss? Right. So casual, right? Like nothing happened. Right. I'm sure just as much as we heard it, and people were on Twitter saying, yeah, 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 and it didn't happen. So what happens instead? Right? I'm just giving you food for thought. I bet even a lot of you didn't know that. Right? They were going to give him screen time to talk about the same stuff that's going on down there and ask for support, all this shit. That would have probably set another or a pall, a different energy, cast a pall of, you know, something that didn't quite coincide with, let's say, King Richard as an Oscar winner that night. You know what I'm saying? Politics, it's not the first time it comes in, but hey, maybe if he had been on the thing and did his scene, and maybe it could have changed everything. But all of that to say, there's a bigger picture. So as I say, big picture only at our expense. Black man alopecia is not noticeable in 2022, and although there are some forms of treatment that can be suggested by doctors to help hair regrow more quickly, G.I. Jane was a black hero. At least we could have said that with Jada. She could have been a black hero, right? But Gia Jane was the hero in the movie, and she wasn't a black person, but she was a hero. She had balls. So black women can protect themselves, right? Richard Pryor, George Carlin, Joan Rivers, Ricky Gervais, Johnny Carson, Don Rickles, and many, many, many more up until the even up until the 2000s, for God's sakes, with the aristocrats and the Mr. Saget, late Mr. Saget, right? I mean, these are people. Some people might have even had a reason to be violent, especially after hearing what Bob Saget's joke with the anyway meeting the Hollywood producer and the big fight. Right? It's really disturbing, and people bitched about it, but you didn't hear anybody go and slap him and clap him, right? And he lived it out all the way until he even predicted his own demise. So, what would kids do? What would this generation like make of this comedic trip? I think a lot of them, yeah, they would shit their pants and panties about those type of comedians back in the day because we coddled them so much. And we have a young generation that has stunted the maturity, right? The folks who are in power in the last 25, 30 years stunted our growth mentally. So going back to Carlton, where it was not cool to be smart and get good grades and dress nice. It was better to get with the boogie down. What about Chris? Everybody hates Chris. And the news. Now at 4:06 a.m., 2022, April 1st. Antiquity comic tragedy died at 11:58 p.m. last week after an attack on the Masonic Oscar stage for performing humility embarrassment rituals. Born 480 BC, or Sosarian of Megara, 580 BC, Epicharmus of Cos, between 540 and 450 BC. Comedy was approximately 2,420 years old. It will be surely sorely missed. Black people can't have nice things. King Richard integrity out the window. His standing ovation, division, great challenge had no security or faced union violations. Will could most likely be union fined and could lose that trophy due to bad handler advice. Poor Will Packer, black producer might feel payback. for not telecasting Sean Penn's or Amy Schumer's political request. Did I miss anything? There's like a different vibe in here. Rock's face was publicly lynched live, slapped the black right out the night after Denzel and Sam hugged it out for honorary awards, and right before winning a Best Actor in a Leading Role Oscar just before Sidney Poitier's memorial segment, the PSYOP Act sent the hetero cis black men 5 years back black, regardless if it was staged or reality. So, that's pretty much what happens as we will continue Sunday with the prime rib ministers. At your highest moment, be careful because that's when the devil gets you. Right? So thanks for tuning in. It's now 4:08. Yeah, we're not going to keep it long. I'm just going to, okay, I'll save this for Sunday. But let's do one quick in another couple of minutes and then we'll wrap it up. Be careful for nothing. Philippians chapter 4. Be careful for nothing, but in everything.
Be careful out there. That arm is unstable. Not sure how long it's gonna hold. There's warning lights everywhere. Abort!